Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for attending our special council meeting for 5:15 for June the 25th. I want to open with an apology to members of council and staff. It's going to be quite the night, a long night for everyone, but if we get through this, then we can have a bit of a break in July, so keep that lens on. Thank you to those who are joining us online this evening, much appreciated, and for those who came out in person. I wanted to let you know that the meeting is being audio and video recorded and live streamed on the Town of Innisfil's YouTube channel, and it shall form part of the record, which will be retained according to the town's retention bylaw. I would also then go to Councillor Richardson for our land acknowledgement.
The Town of Innisfil acknowledges that the Town of Innisfil is situated on treaty land that is steeped in rich Indigenous history. The town also acknowledges that this land is the traditional territories of the First Peoples of Turtle Island. It is shared between the Anishinaabe peoples of Beausoleil First Nation, Chippewas of Rama First Nation, and Chippewas of Georgina Island First Nation, and we thank them for their generations of stewardship. This meeting is still the home to many Indigenous people, and as settlers, we are grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land. The town acknowledges the forced sacrifices that are the foundation of Canadian society today. We are dedicated to honoring Indigenous history and culture and committed to moving forward in the spirit of reconciliation and respect with all First Nation, Métis, and Inuit.
Thank you very much. We'll now go to the approval of the agenda. A mover and a seconder, please, to approve the agenda for tonight's special council meeting. Moved by Councillor Saunders and seconded by Councillor Constantine. All those in favor? That is carried. I'll now ask if there's any disclosures of pecuniary interest. Any conflicts in this meeting? Seeing none, I just wanted to point out we just discovered that there was a motor vehicle accident at Innisfil Beach Road and the 400. So we might have some people arriving a bit late, but since we're all here, we'll get started. So my first order of business is a recommendation for the purposes of the Empower the Enterprises and In-Services Utilities Incorporated Shareholders Annual General Meetings of June the 25th. The deputy mayor will be appointed as chair. So mover and a seconder, please. That's moved by Councillor Zanella, seconded by Councillor Richardson. This allows me to fully be involved in the shareholders meeting, but also wearing my hat as a board member of each of those companies. So all those in favor? That's carried. And I'll turn it over to the deputy.
Thank you, Worship. We're going to open up with business item 4.1, appointment, 4.2, opening remarks from CEO Gershow.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, and good evening, members of council. I'm going to wear, as you know, a few different hats when it comes to the utility companies, so I'm just going to give a few brief opening remarks before we go into our AGMs. And I'll start with my hat on as the chair of the In-Services and Enterprises Boards, and greetings as well from Bob Lake, the chair of the InPower Board. I want to start by really saying that all three companies definitely acknowledge and appreciate the relationship they have with the town of Innisfil as its sole shareholder, and certainly appreciate council's support. And tonight you're going to hear, as you usually do, from Danny Prasad, the president and CEO, on behalf of each of the utility companies. But if I switch back for a moment to my CAO hat, I'd like to remind you that back in May of 2024, I came to you with a number of recommendations regarding the town's utility review. And in November of 2024, I also came back to you with some further recommendations regarding the size and the composition of the boards of each of the three utility companies. And so I'm pleased to say that today I think we can formally now bring closure to that utility review process, as all of council's recommendations have now either been implemented or are in the process of being implemented. And you will recall that as a shareholder, you previously approved the expansion of the boards of each of the companies. So for InPower and InServices, an expansion to a 7-member board, and for Enterprises to a 6-member board. Raja, I should say it was a 6-member board for InServices, 7 for InPower, 5 for Enterprises. So for the past several months, we've gone through a very rigorous process to find suitable candidates to fill all of those vacancies. And we were supported in that work by a firm called Odgers. They are one of Canada's leading recruitment firms, and specifically by Elaine Roper, who is the partner and head of the Odgers Board Governance Recruitment Practice. In addition to the support from Odgers, we had a 5-person nominating committee, which consisted of me, Danny Prasad, Mayor Dolan, as well as the independent directors of Bob Lake and Dan Shepherdson. So that nominating committee conducted a review of all of the applications that were submitted. We had roughly 100 people apply for the 6 positions on the boards. And the nominating committee conducted interviews and made recommendations to each of the 3 boards, who are tonight in turn making recommendations to you as the sole shareholder tonight. So as we get into our AGMs, you'll see the names of the 6 recommended directors. But for now, I wanted to just share the enthusiasm that the nominating committee had for the recommendations that you're seeing. We feel we've found some really exceptionally well-qualified people. And I'll just take a couple of moments to share a bit more about who those individuals are before you see their names up on the screen. So for the InPower board, the 2 directors, the first is Paul Herricks. He serves as senior counsel at the law firm Gowling and had been previously executive vice president and chief legal officer at Hydro One. He's a designated chartered director with extensive experience in matters like corporate governance, finance, and regulatory matters. Over 20 years of extensive governance experience, including with industry associations as well as companies listed on the TSX. So tremendous experience in Paul's candidacy. Secondly, for InPower, René Gatien, 20 years, more than 20 years of service as CEO of another local distribution company called Waterloo North Hydro. He's really worked his way up through the LDC industry, through the electricity industry. He holds both a P-Eng designation as well as a chartered ICD designation. And he's really worked on all aspects of electricity company operations, from infrastructure expansions, service deliveries, heavily involved in the merger with another LDC, as well as matters relating to shareholder relationships and governance agreements. For the InServices board, we have 2 recommended directors. One is Louise Montague, who's actually behind me in the audience tonight. She's a nearby resident in New Tecumseh, where she's served on the New Tech's Environmental Advisory Committee for the past several years. She's had a career in the financial services industry, culminating in a role as Vice President and COO for Canada Investment and Saving, which is a department of the federal government's Department of Finance. She also has extensive board experience, including over a decade serving as chair of the West Wind Forest Stewardship. Among other things, that included extensive involvement with First Nations and Indigenous communities. Secondly, for InServices, we have Jennifer Roding. She's a chartered professional accountant and also holds an ICD designation. Lengthy career at KPMG, including as a partner in their strategy and operations division. And she's really worked across a number of industries over the course of her career and has very, very extensive board experience. So one example would be she serves as the chair of the Audit, Risk and Compliance Committee for the Ontario Lottery and Gaming Corporation Board. She's also an executive in residence at Waterloo University with a sustainability focus. So really excited to have her on the board as well. Finally, for Enterprises, the 2 recommended candidates, the first is Chris Adams, who brings a really strong entrepreneurship and business background. He's a nearby resident in Barrie and serves as a mentor at the Innisfil DMZ, which he's done since 2020, and at Georgian College in a similar capacity since 2016. He's the founder of 3 different companies, which he's built and sold over the years, and has significant board-level experience, and we think will help give us access to some really key business and financial networks to help grow the company. Secondly, Michael Bidwell is a professional engineer with a civil engineering focus, who spent about 20 years working as an engineer with companies that include Stantec and Jacobs, delivering mainly water and solar sector projects, often for municipal clients, so a lot of experience working with municipalities. He's the founder and managing partner in the company called the Digital Infrastructure Group, building fiber optic networks for clients around North America. And he also brings to the table not-for-profit board expertise. So collectively, members of council, I would say you set a goal of expanding the breadth and the depth of governance on our three companies. And I think with tonight's recommendations, you can feel confident that we are delivering on that goal. So, Mr. Chair, thank you. Those are my opening remarks. I'll turn things back to you.
Thank you very much, CEO Gershow. We're going now to 4.3, minutes of the InPower Annual General Meeting dated June 26, 2024, that the minutes of the InPower Annual General Meeting be received. I need a mover and a seconder for such. All right, Councillor Richardson, Councillor Drudge, all those in favor? Carried, thank you. On to 4.4, presentation by Mr. Perceau himself, President and Chief Executive Officer of InPower Corporation.
Okay, I'm up. I want to apologize in advance for taking up a lot of your time tonight from the opening remarks. Good afternoon, Mayor Dolan, Deputy Mayor Fowler, Council, staff, guests, and member of the public. My name's Danny Prasad, President and CEO of the utility companies, InPower, InServices, and Enterprises. And I'm delighted to be here with you tonight to share the highlights of 2024 and all of the hard work done by our teams over the past year. I want to echo some of Oliver's comments, being part of the selection committee. I'm very optimistic and pleased with the level of talent that we've seen, and certainly looking forward to working with those very talented individuals. The skills that we've selected, as Oliver mentioned, complement greatly the skill set of our existing board and serves to fill a lot of the gaps that we seem to have had on the boards. So with that, I'll get started. Just a quick overview of our utility companies. As you know, InPower is our OEB-regulated electricity distribution company. Enterprises is our unregulated energy services company, and InServices is our MECP-regulated water and wastewater services utility. I want to reintroduce our current board of directors, starting with Chair Bob Lake, who's in the audience here tonight. Thanks for driving all the way up here, Bob. Oliver Gershow, Lynn Dolan, George Chaparou, and Dan Shepherdson. I want to thank Bob and the board for their continued guidance, leadership, and support over the past year. This certainly is a team effort running these large utility companies, and these group of people in front of you represent a very strong team. I want to note that directors Chaparou and Shepherdson, their terms are ending this year and they're seeking reappointment, as you see on the slide. I also want to reintroduce our hardworking executive team, starting with Wade Putnam, Arthur Berdachevsky, Tracy Morton, and Nancy O'Halloran. They are behind me as well. Arthur couldn't make it tonight, but he sends his wishes. I want to thank these folks for their tireless hours adding value to our companies and to our communities, as well as their teams, their hardworking teams. As I do annually, I want to share a little bit about the quick facts for InPower. InPower continues to be one of the fastest growing utilities in Ontario. Last year's growth rate was 5.2%. Not quite as high as pre-pandemic when we were seeing about 7%, but 5% is still really high growth for the province. Also, many people don't know this, but our service territory is the same size as Mississauga. So looking at those growth challenges in a primarily rural utility at the same size of Mississauga is quite challenging. We're 100% owned and operated by the town of Innisfil. However, we provide services to Innisfil and Southbury. And you can see on the bottom our vision, mission, and values. InPower's vision lies in its innovation, and its mission lies in adding value to all of our stakeholders and our communities. Again, this is just a snapshot. It's quite a busy slide, but it helps to show some of the customer service excellence that our residents of Innisfil and South Barrie get from Innisfil. Innisfil has over 23,000 active accounts, and we maintain a very high level of service from our teams. With respect to annual statistics, you can see that our team took over 28,000 calls last year. Over 82% were answered within 30 seconds. And you'll see top 6 reasons why people call InPower. Number 1 is move-ins. You can see that we have a lot of move-ins to Innisfil, and for very good reason. A lot of people want to be here. It's a great place to be. We're very proud of the work we're doing on the LEAP funding that you'll see in the bottom right corner. That's the Low Income Energy Assistance Program, providing monies to folks that can't afford their hydro bills. You'll see that we're legislated to provide about $16,000. Those funds were used up within the first 2 months, and I'm very pleased that we've come together and raised an additional $30,000 to put towards that fund. I want to speak a little bit on InPower's bill breakdown and use this as an opportunity to educate our customers that while InPower collects for your electricity, it only keeps about 34% of your bill. This is really important, as you can see here. The other 39% goes to generation, then transmission, line loss, regulatory, and of course, HST. Most of it is passed through, and InPower has no control over it. I want to speak a little bit on community and customer engagement as well. So InPower, along with the other utility companies, actively participates in a variety of community events aimed at fostering local engagement and enhancing our public presence. Our goal is not only to be the utility company for our customers, but to be a trusted member of the communities that we serve. With respect to charities and sponsorships, the utilities hold an annual golf tournament with most of its proceeds going to the Innisfil Food Bank. I'm really proud to say that last year we raised an all-time high of over $15,000 for the Innisfil Food Bank. So I'm hoping this year that we can help top that. A little bit about the power of local hydro. So when people say trust local, what do you think they mean? I think that means real people that care deeply about the communities that they serve, focused on outage response to Innisfil and South Barrie and nowhere else, and policies that are shaped by our town and our communities, not some unreachable government entity. Innovation doesn't come from the big guys. Local utilities like InPower are also piloting EV infrastructure, battery energy storage, and AI tools to help improve service quality and reduce costs. Our size lets us try new things, listen quickly, and scale smart. Being small and local is not a limitation. It really is our advantage. I've shown this slide up in the past a few times. It might be a little bit outdated, but again, it reintroduces the various areas of growth within the service territory of InPower. You can see, even though we have so much growth, there's so much land available that we're not growing in today. So that shows you how much potential we have in Innisfil. This is our growth forecast, and we update this every year, but we try to be as conservative as possible. You can see that in 2024, we actually achieved that 5.2%. It dips down slightly in 2025, trending so far. I think that has a lot to do with the economy and the way the market's going, but we fully expect that that's going to recover over time. That being said, we've selected a conservative growth rate, as you can see here, and it still shows that by 2030, we expect to have about 30,000 customers in total, which is still incredibly fast pace of growth. You'll see the major development areas and the requests that we get are Alcona, Orbit, Hewitt, and Salem, which are lands in South Barrie. In total, we estimate that to be about 50,000 new units over the next 20 to 30 years. With respect to customer requests, you'll see year over year our operations keeps growing. We've had new connections, 1,300 new connections, 465 disconnect reconnects, thousands of appointments and locates, but the bottom line here is that they're all connected within 99% of the allotted time from the OEB, showing that even as a small utility with limited staffing and high growth, we're still very capable to deliver against the OEB's mandated targets. So a little bit about the major ongoing projects. This is very important to the community. It shows a variety of things that we're working on. Most importantly, at the top, you'll see where we have a lot of high growth priorities with Alcona, Hewitt, Salem, and Orbit development. We also have our new transformer station and transmission line, which you'll be hearing about within the next few months. We are actively working with various stakeholders across the province, including the OEB and the Ministry of Energy, to advocate and present unique, creative solutions to fund our new transmission line and station project for our service territory. You'll see we have some other projects on here. Killarney Beach Road, which is creating an expansion into Lefroy. We also have the Innisfil Beach Road pole line replacement, which is wrapping up. That is to create servicing for Innisfil Heights from in-services, as well as the road expansion from the county. We also have Metrolinx crossings, 11 crossings that are almost completed that will serve to hopefully electrify the train tracks to get us 15-minute service at some point in the future. We're very proud of all of these achievements that we continue to do. Very proud of our vegetation management. You'll see back in 2018, we were spending about $80,000, and now it's upwards about close to $400,000. And that seems like a lot of money, but we have a lot of trees, and we have a lot of trees, especially planted or close to the lake in a lot of swamp and high water table. And so when those trees come down, they cause catastrophic damage, as you saw from the most recent ice storm, which I'm very pleased to say that we restored pretty much all of our customers within 3 to 4 days, which is not to be said for a lot of places. And that's a testament to the amount of money that we put into our vegetation management program. You'll see that we have capitalized assets at the bottom. The reason why we show this is because for a utility of our size, with the amount of employees that we have, doing a capital program of $34 million a year just on distribution, that's on par with some of the larger utilities in Ontario. So we're incredibly proud of the bench strength that we have in our staff, and the things that we are able to accomplish by not having that red tape and not having those barriers for us to get work done. We're very pro getting it done. Moving on to outages and reliability. This is a big topic on the minds of a lot of our customers, especially the ones moving up from GTA to beautiful Innisfil, and then sometimes the power goes out. Living in Innisfil is beautiful. A lot of us moved up here for that fact because of its beauty. However, with all this beauty comes several challenges, especially when you're trying to maintain an area the size of Mississauga that is primarily rural. Some of these issues include trees, animals, large open fields with exposure to adverse weather, ospreys, motor vehicle accidents. There's a lot of challenges that our team sees day in and day out that is not quite readily seen by our community, but we are out there and we're trying to restore power as quickly as possible. Some of the outages that we have seen that are pretty large and catastrophic are outages with respect to our supply feeders. Those are the ones that bring power into Innisfil. When one of those feeders goes out, we're talking about 7,000 customers at one time. And so it's really imperative that we put a lot more effort into maintaining the security of those assets going forward. So one of the things we want to look at going forward is for those supply feeders, what kind of strategies can we come up with to protect those assets even further? Potentially even cutting back a little bit more from the right-of-way to make sure that those areas are clear and secure. So you'll be seeing a little bit more on that later. Again, in 2024, we did see an increase in power disruptions, And as I mentioned, the increase has a lot to do with motor vehicle accidents, animal and tree contacts. In fact, motor vehicle accidents doubled over the last year. The increase in storms doubled over the last year. And on top of that, we're growing, which means we are engaged in proactive asset replacement so that we can minimize equipment failure-related incidents. So all of these things add to the amount of outages that you've seen. That being said, I do want to point out in the bottom right-hand corner, if you focus on the positives, on the amount of time that power has been on versus not been on, we still maintain 99.99% reliability. So moving on, osprey nests. So I touched on this a little bit already, but we do have a bit of an osprey concern over by the lake, and so it's unfortunate that our major supply lines are the highest on the pole, and then we work with the lower voltages going down the pole. What that means is when the osprey starts to form a nest, they start to grab twigs and branches and they drop them onto the line. Every time they drop it onto the line to try to create a nest, the protection on our system thinks that it's a fault and they trip off the line. And so the line comes back on, the bird goes away, sees what's up, starts to build again, trips off the line. So this is a major issue for us, and what we've done to date is we've installed several osprey nests, and we have more in the works. Right now we have 3 and another one in design, but we continue to come up with way more locations and putting it out there. We're looking a lot at our geographic information system to triangulate where outages are and to look at bird migration patterns to see where the most optimal spots are to put these things up. It wouldn't be an AGM without touching on our finances. So as InPower continues to grow, I want to assure you that we are financially sustainable. You'll see that we have a clean audit for 2024 statements. However, I do want to point out that for 2023, we did have a restatement that resulted in certain capital assets acquired from developers not being recorded at the date they were energized between 2021 and 2023. So what does that mean? That means our assets and liabilities from the 2023 statements were understated. We've corrected this issue in 2024, and I can tell you it's resulted in a nominal change in the total comprehensive income for 2023. And 2024 statements have been adjusted. So what you see here is the actual financial performance of the company. So you'll see in 2024, we invested close to $35 million in capital infrastructure, which is what I mentioned before. You'll see we also had increases in revenues from growth, but we also saw increases in our operating expenses from that growth as well. That results in the one red arrow. In 2024, we declared a dividend to the town of $425,000, but more importantly, your shareholder equity grew by $2 million. That's money that we reinvested back into the company and back into the capital program. This year, we're declaring a dividend of $450,000, and we're seeing further increases in the growth of equity. We're still very heavy in growth mode. This slide shows the growth in retained earnings for the company. So since its inception, you can see the first trend line shows that since its inception, from the year 2000 when we started tracking, there's been a steady increase in growth. However, you can see from 2017 onwards, there's a new trend line that shows that that growth ramped up even faster. And so we're continuously trending this, but this goes to show you that this company is growing. And while we're presenting a dividend of $450,000, the future growth of this company is growing at a pace that is quite advantageous to the shareholder. Moving along to the OEB scorecard, so looking at our operating performance, I know it's very difficult to see, but you'll see a lot of green there, so we are on track. There is a red arrow that points down with the serious electrical incidents. It actually went down from 2 to 1, and I think we just, our goal is 0, and that's why it's a red arrow. However, that's a good thing to have a reduction in electrical incidents. And you'll see the other 2 red arrows going up are what I mentioned before, our outages in terms of duration and in frequency. While they are increasing, they haven't increased very much from last year, but again, a lot of the things are outside of our control with respect to the outages that we've encountered related to storms. Last slide I'll show you is our strategic plan. We're in year 3 of 5, and I'm pleased to say that we're just over 51% completed on a lot of those items. But several of them are in progress or are not started. And rightfully or wrongfully, we may have left the harder things to the end. And so we are definitely looking forward in the last 2 years to have some transformational changes throughout the organization to help us achieve those back-end goals. So in closing, I do want to say thank you to all of our staff across InPower for their continued dedication to our communities and truly express how proud I am of them for their hard work. And I'll open it up for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Purcell. Does anybody have anything they wish to ask or get clarification on? Okay. I have, oh, yes, oh, sorry, Councillor Ices.
Thank you, Deputy. Thank you, CEO Purcell, for that great presentation. I just wanted to commend InPower on the vegetative management that you highlighted. I think that shone very brightly during the ice storm of the spring, and I guess I would encourage InPower to continue with that management. Saying that, I'm wondering if you can maybe expand a little bit on how much we can actually protect those feeder lines that are so key to the power that we get. Is it as simple as just pushing the outsides of the right-of-ways back? Is there more that we can do, or is that a little bit out of our control?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor Ices, for the question. I wouldn't say it's simple, that's for sure. Innisfil and in particular InPower is an embedded distributor. So what that means is we get our power from Hydro One. We don't get them off huge transmission lines, which is something that we want to move to for the new growth that we're seeing. We get them off regular distribution lines that come in from Alliston and come in from Barrie and come in from Everett. And so while those are typical power lines, they sit in a stack on the pole. So you have your supply feeder at the top and you have your distribution feeders at the bottom. And some of those areas that we run through are very densely populated and have a lot of trees. It's going to be quite challenging to have an increased cutback. A lot of our residents don't like to cut back the trees, whether they're in the summertime or in the wintertime. So that would be certainly challenging from our perspective, but it's something we may have to discuss with our residents, to improve our reliability. The other option is we look at burying things, but that costs a lot of money, as you know. And I think over time, what we can do is perhaps put in taller poles that are above the tree line. I'm trying to come up with ideas now. I've passed that over to our staff to come up with these ideas, but I think by next year we'll have a list of things we really want to explore and potentially rate base a lot of those solutions and get that on the books.
Thank you, Councillor Ices. Councillor Saunders.
Thank you. The outage map, when is that going to be updated? Because during the ice storm, it was pretty not horrendous, but it was just slow in updating and getting people information. Do we have an update on that?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Saunders. We have done several improvements to that outage map. It's very frustrating. It's a bone of contention when I bring it up to our COO. He says, not again. So what we've done is we've changed from Bing Maps over to actually Google Maps, which I think creates a more stable platform for us and our constituents. The issues we were facing with the outage map since the ice storm are very strange because it happens to certain folks in certain browsers on certain platforms. So it's really hard to replicate. My understanding is even a few weeks ago, we had a message that was coming up on the screen speaking to not having the proper license credentials, but the map was still updating. So we have switched that provider now to the new Google Map platform. We hope that that is going to resolve things. So I wish I could give you a promise, a magic bullet here, but we're very aware of the issue. It certainly is top of mind for us because we know how valued that outage map is.
Councillor Zanella.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. With regards to the Osprey, is there any kind of deterrent that we can put on the pole, that something they don't like, that so they would stay away from it? I don't want to hurt them, but
Yes.
like just something that they would choose to go elsewhere if is there any kind of new stuff out there that we can?
Yes, so through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Zanella, we've been looking at creative solutions in the market for that. One of the things our staff member came up with is just putting a pylon up on the top of the pole, a bright orange pylon. But again, we're looking at placemaking too. We don't want to see a bunch of orange pylons driving down the road either. So we are looking at some of those solutions, potentially putting up fake animals to scare them away. So that is in discussion.
Councillor Drudge.
Through you, the chair. Just this question's along the outage map. It's your call center. Do we have a call center or is it in-house? We've had a lot of calls about it.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Drudge, we do have an in-house call center and we also have an after-hours call center.
So in the event of the ice storm, a big event like that, would it involve the in-house and the out-of-service call center? Would you bring them both in?
It will. It did not at the time because we had an issue with our phone system not being able to merge the two together. It either needed to be one or the other.
So it's something we're working on to try to have.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we've had several debriefs from the ice storm. We have several action item lists, and you know me, once it gets on an action item list, like we're tackling them.
Perfect, thank you.
Mayor Dolan.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for the presentation. From my perspective, from both my perspectives, from my perspective as being on council in the town, but also as a board of directors, what's very important to me is think local, be local, and the impacts that has on our customers and our town as a whole. And I'll use the ice storm as an example. We heard from a lot of our residents that, this was the worst and everyone else was getting their power back on, and why weren't we getting our power back on? When in fact then we saw the damage that was going on to the north of us, and realized that we were lucky compared to many of our neighbors. But what was highlighted to me at the time was we were out there in teams with our operations team, our road crews, and our hydro crews, and our tree experts, all working in sync on the same roads. I had one of my colleague neighbors say to me, "Oh, well, you need some road crew people, we can send them over." And I said, "Well, why aren't your road crews people busy clearing your own roads? You got hit really hard." They still were waiting on Hydro 1 to come in and de-energize, so they couldn't go near any of their roads because Hydro 1 was doing it on their own, and then the road crews would have to go in afterwards. And doubled our capacity of getting people up and going and showing that type of teamwork that I think our customers and our residents and our taxpayers expect from us. And I found it was really, it really worked well. And all that kind of cooperation throughout is important to me as a shareholder and as a board of director, that we support each other in those ways whenever we can. So I want to thank you for that.
Thank you, Mayor Dolan.
Councillor Waters?
Thank you, Deputy. Thanks very much for the presentation. Just a couple of questions on issues I've kind of asked in the past. Smart meters were something that were employed to give us a better idea who our customers were, and we know that that hasn't come to fruition in terms of what the opportunities were. Is there anything on the horizon that will allow us to learn more about them, or are we still in issues around, being able to understand or know what the personal information is of our users?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Waters. So there's two ways I'm going to answer the question. The first way is through technology. So there is a new technology emerging right now called AMI 2.0. And AMI 2.0 does provide a lot more insights into the use case of the customer. It tracks usage. It potentially could use AI to understand their bill and their usage and how they can better optimize that. So that is something that we are looking at as a company. Obviously, there's a huge capital investment to that, so it's something that we will have to discuss at our board to see if that's an investment we will be making. That involves replacing all of our existing meters that have a 10-year Measurement Canada seal life and replacing it with this new technology. The second way I'm going to answer the question is through process improvements that we've created. So now we've changed our forms on our website. So if you are applying for a new service or you're applying for a service upgrade, we try to get a little bit more information from the customer on what you're doing with it. Are you putting in a hot tub? Are you putting in a power wall or EV charger? And that allows us to pop that information into our GIS system and have insights through the intelligence that we're creating so that we could better plan our system out.
Okay, thank you. One other question is around, do we do any types of pilot projects? I was chatting with people at Lakelands yesterday at the EV show, and I know they're doing it through their enterprises piece, but just in terms of a pilot project we might be running around batteries, microgrids, that kind of stuff, are we doing anything like that here?
So through you, Mr. Chair, we are looking to do that, absolutely. And we're looking to do it through enterprises. And I was going to reach out to Lakelands regarding their EV infrastructure. Their EV infrastructure is quite incredible.
They want to talk to you.
Good. I want to talk to them.
I already put the bug in their ear, so yes, they want to talk to you.
Sounds
Thank you very
great.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have anything they wish to ask? Okay, then, such being the case, I have a few questions myself. I'm going to piggyback off Councillor Ices in regards to the vegetation. Now, with the new developments that are coming in, a lot of the power grids are going in underground with the developers. So in essence, the growth hasn't occurred above ground, yet the cost of the vegetation has gone up considerably. What would be the reasoning behind this? I just need to understand it and put it into numbers so I can figure it out.
Do you mean that we are incurring vegetation management costs before infrastructure goes in?
Okay, for example, we know that we're doing Yonge Street, or not Yonge Street, Innisfil Beach Road. Right. So the poles have to be moved. So the trees have to be trimmed back to a certain degree to put the new poles in. That's understandable in that regard. True. But if the new subdivisions have the power service in the ground, why is the cost, because we're not putting in new subdivisions with a whole bunch of trees by power lines. Right now we have, it's the same amount of trees for the same amount of power lines, yet the cost is going up, or am I misunderstanding something here?
So the tree trimming expense is not a developer-specific cost. It's sort of a global cost, so it goes into our operating budget, and we trim trees based on cycles. So it doesn't have very much to do with new development going in. It more has to do with maintaining the service quality for all of our customers, whether they're new customers or existing customers. So we follow a 4-year cycle, and we run through the cycle across Innisfil with our crews, regardless if they're new subdivisions or not.
Thank you. Second question I have is regarding the InPower's bill breakdown. There's, at one point, I hear it says that 8% for the delivery transmission is paid on to Hydro One, which is understandable. The 39% is paid to generation companies. Now, when I worked in power generation myself, I worked for OPG, right? That was the big one. We were there with the nuclear plants, the coal-fired plants, the cogens as they were being built. Is there a specific company that we use, or is there multi-use from different sources in, like, for example, Quebec or the States?
Yeah, so when we collect those amounts, we remit them to the IESO, which is the Independent Electricity System Operator. They're the ones that are responsible for bulk generation and bulk system procurement. So they essentially determine what is the most cost-effective bidder into the market to buy electricity from, whether that be OPG or that be Bruce Power, or maybe it's smaller generators that have feed-in tariff programs. But they basically look at the next incremental megawatt, where I can get that the cheapest. That's not base load. Base load is typically always hydroelectric generation and nuclear generation.
Thank you.
We have no control over that.
Okay.
Short answer, long answer to your question.
Thank you. And lastly, the Metrolinx crossing transit electrification. Can you clarify what exactly that is?
Yeah.
As we go, obviously we're looking at building up our own Metrolinx system, right, and whatnot. Every step of the way you're saying that we're electrifying the crossing now, is that to maintain a stable grid for the trains going through, or what is the purpose of such?
Certainly to have capacity for the train, because they're moving from diesel at some point. They're moving from diesel to fully electric, and making sure that we have that capacity in our grids. What I was referring to on the crossings is that every time the power line crosses the track, we have buried those underground so that there's no hazards from the trains passing by. So that if the lines fall onto the track, that may create a new hazard, or something similar, some similar incident to that. So it creates a more safer environment. And on top of that, again, going back to placemaking, it helps us to create a more beautiful Innisfil, to not have power lines in our settlement areas.
So mostly preventative, understood. Thank you. Okay, that being the case, thank you. And I'll need a mover and a seconder to receive this information. Go through, Councillor Constantine, Councillor Waters, all those in favor? Carried, thank you. Now we'll go on to item 4.5, minutes of the Enterprise Annual General Meeting for dated June 26, 2024. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Richardson and Councillor Drudge. All right, and then on to another presentation. Oh, Mr. Prasad.
Not even the last one. All right, so moving on to enterprises. I want to start again to reintroduce our small but mighty board, starting with our chair, Oliver Gershow, Mayor Lynn Dolan, and Donna Orsatti. I want to thank them again for their leadership and dedication to our small but mighty company that is soon to be achieving so much. I want you to note that Director Orsatti is up for renewal as well in 2025 and will be seeking reappointment. Also, our even smaller executive team is here. 100% of us are here, actually. So Wade is behind me. Thank you, Wade, for all of your contributions in 2024. Moving along, introduction to enterprises. So I'll sort of go through these a little bit quicker. Enterprises, more most importantly, is a 100% town-owned energy services company. We have investments in a variety of things that you'll see shortly, but it's most important for me to say that it's not taxpayer-funded and it's governed by a board of directors. So in 2025, we have put together a strategic plan for this company. We've brought that to the board, including inputs from the utilities review, which has created the 2 new director roles. And we are taking recommendations to you today on how we want to proceed with this company. So at a glance, this is what we're looking at. So if you remember me saying last year what we believe our overall mission of this company is, it was to generate community benefit, but also be financially sustainable. We want to do great things for the community, but we don't want to bankrupt the company either. So we really try to find that sweet spot in between meeting those 2 things. Our overall strategy for what we took to the board, and I'm taking to you today, is to expand our bread and butter, which is the set of business lines at the top, but also diversify into new ones and walk before we run. We don't want to go out and do great things and make $1 million tomorrow and then fail at it. We want to slowly walk and get into it, and then we can take on these bigger and bigger challenges, especially with a team, a dedicated team of 2 and a contract employee. So our core business, as you might have seen before, is telecommunications towers, EV chargers, and Sentinel lights. With respect to telecommunication towers, you'll see we own and operate 9 towers now, which is a growing business. The design for the 10th tower is underway and hopefully will be in place by the end of 2025. The benefits to Innisfil for sure are better cell service, better police, fire, and utilities response. On every one of our towers, those folks go on for free. So it helps to show that we're improving access for our community and continuing to generate returns as well. With respect to strategy and considerations, you'll see we prioritize coverage in underserved areas. There's still several underserved areas across Innisfil, and we're looking to do the best with the limited funding that we have right now. So in line with that, we want to position enterprises as a tower infrastructure leader in South Simcoe, and we are working with the town to hopefully make improvements to its antenna siting policy. Okay. Next. All right. Telecommunication towers. So I wanted to show you the various towers that we own and operate, but most importantly, highlight that the brand new one that we've put there is Stroud. I'm pleased to say that as of today, I don't know what time, Stroud has been energized. So we're expecting that there should be an improvement to cell service within Stroud today. So I'll have to go out there and check for myself tomorrow. With respect to tower expansion, you'll see this entails the expansion of communication towers within Innisfil, but also outside of Innisfil as well in surrounding municipalities. Why are we doing this? Well, this is again our bread and butter. We're very good at it. We have the relationships already with the carriers. Municipalities are looking to see how they can get in on this. So we're trying to help them out. So we want to improve our service, but we also want to build up ourselves as a viable competitor in the marketplace. It's going to make money for us, of course, because of the increased leases that we're going to see on these towers. Small cells. I'm not sure if you remember this from last year, but these are little cell antennas that we put on our poles that help to minimize the need for larger towers, but also improve services for our community. So we don't, the slide does say that we do have 10 of these across Innisfil. We actually don't have them yet. We had really anticipated by the time this slide made it to this presentation that we would have those, but we don't yet. But we have signed the agreements for them and are getting those off the ground So again, the benefits to this are better cell service for the community and better services overall through police, fire, and town and utility response, but also creating a better connected community and again, placemaking that I've mentioned before. Okay, so small cells expansion, I touched on that. Automated speed enforcement, this is something new and something certainly you have seen recently in council meetings. So we are partnering with InPower and the town to facilitate these installations across the service territory. And we're very excited to make our community a safer place. Again, community benefit and placemaking. EV chargers, our portfolio is growing quite well. We own 25 of these now across Innisfil. 15 of them are in Friday Harbor. And again, I don't have to speak so much to the benefits, but we really tried to be a first mover with EV chargers, and we put them in several years ago to ensure that we are building a greener and environmentally conscious community, but also to, again, make ourselves known in the marketplace so that our competitors are not coming in and putting up chargers elsewhere as well. Our plan is to expand this. So we have very high consistent usage at Friday Harbor right now, and then we have usage increasing across Innisfil steadily. I can tell you the Rizzardo Health Center is one of our highest uses. Next, working my way down would be the libraries, and then Innisfil Beach Park. So our next step is to expand this business, as I said, but also look at putting in faster chargers. It's come to the point now where a 7 kilowatt charger is not fast enough anymore. And I have an electric vehicle now, and even when I see a 50 kilowatt charger, it's not fast enough. I need to go 150 or 200 or upward. So it just goes to show you how fast this area is improving. And one of the great things that Enterprises did was when it put these chargers in, it really made an investment into the infrastructure at the time, which cost us a little bit more money, but certainly allowed us to just pull out the charger head and put in a faster charger. So we don't see that being a huge impediment to expanding these things. Sentinel lights, I won't spend too much time on. We have about 198 of them across Innisfil. This was really put into place when Innisfil was a bit more rural. This is for long laneways where street lights weren't really coming at the time, and the customer had no other option. And so they reached out to Enterprises, which was Innisfil Energy Services Limited at the time, and worked with InPower to put in a Sentinel light and get that onto their bill. So we're looking to review this business line to see if it continues to make sense for our community, and if it does, it will be here next year. Pleased to say that the streetlight LED project has been completed. You may remember this from last year. This is the project where the town financed over close to 3,000 streetlight conversions from high pressure sodium to LED through Enterprises. And I'm pleased to say that that project is completed. So another great thing that we've done collectively and collaboratively between the utility companies and the town. So really quickly on the new business lines that we want to look at. The first thing is contract services. I guess I would call this more insourcing as opposed to outsourcing. So vegetation management, locates and traffic management, for example, we all do it. InPower, in services, the town of Innisfil, we each have our own contracts and we get all of these services externally. We're currently creating business cases to show that perhaps if we did all of this in one company, we could have benefits for each other and capture that market share and that profit. So for example, for vegetation management, InPower spends close to $400,000 on vegetation management. The town does as well. I'm not sure what the number is, but they have their own contracts as well for emerald ash trees and the like. If we were to create a company that does that, dedicated, perhaps we could save a bit of money and reinvest those profits back into the community. Same thing goes with locates and traffic management, which is basically traffic control, which we could potentially use in place of paid duty if we ever needed to, or for parades that we have across town. There are several advantages of having your own control over these staff and working together in the spirit of collaboration between the town and the utility companies to do that work. Control room, really quickly, we have a lot of transmission infrastructure coming to our power company. This would be a good opportunity to scale up those resources and offer those services back to the market. So that's what we're looking at with contract services. Other things we're looking at, generation and storage. So this feeds in really well with our investments to date, which have been mostly passive, which do not require a lot of resources, a lot of staff. We would look to procure either generation locally if we were to get the land, or perhaps we would get these through a partnership with some other entity. Advertising plus is what it says literally. It's more than advertising. So we discussed this at the board. We didn't want to just put up advertising, but perhaps we put up EV chargers that has advertising with it, or we put some sort of mobile billboards that would have something like that with it. And we see the advantage here to advertise things that are important to the community and events that are happening, as well as local businesses, and generating some revenue from that as well. My understanding is every impression that we get is a couple cents to a couple dollars, and I think that adds up awfully quickly. So that's something we would look at through the business case. In-home EV charging simply expands on our existing EV charging program, but it makes it less cost prohibitive for new EV owners to get chargers into their homes. If any of you have installed EV chargers, it may require a panel upgrade, and the charger itself is a couple $100. By the end of it, you're probably looking at $2,000 to $3,000 to put it in. So what we're proposing is that we would look after those costs, and we would create a recurring payment, a small nominal monthly payment in perpetuity to cover those costs for those EV chargers. And then if the EV charger breaks, or if there's a newer model or anything like that, we would go in and replace that as part of your monthly fee that you continue to pay. And then energy conservation, the province is looking to try to get CDM, conservation demand programs, back into the utilities. And so this is an opportunity where enterprises can really invest in a resource to go out and help our customers with energy audits and energy saving strategies. So we'd be looking at that as well. Again, our financial statements, no surprises here. You'll see again, we have a clean audit. We have an increase in revenue and shareholders' equity. We did have a restatement as well for 2023 here. Very small. We had about $23,000 in revenue overstated in 2024, and that was a result of a contract transposition error. So when we set up the contract for one of our carriers, we inadvertently selected the wrong line, and that made its way into our statements. We've since brought that to the attention of the auditor and brought that to the attention of the carrier, and we've corrected all of that. And you'll see in these new numbers that these are, in fact, the financial position for the company. Okay, you'll see the assets reduced by $300,000 as well here. And this is a result of the long-term receivable from the town to pay down the debt for the streetlights, and as well as to account for depreciation of the existing communication towers that we have. But no cause for concern. We're doing very well as a small company. And you'll see here with the profitability as well. The dark line, let me see, dark line I believe is shareholders' equity. So you'll see that our shareholders' equity declined in 2021, and now it's on its way back up. 2025 is projected to be quite high. And the fluctuation on the return on equity trend line is just as a result of the huge fluctuations in retained equity. If you remember correctly, that was a result of enterprises recruiting a dedicated president and CEO that had promises to create these business lines, but inadvertently left the company. And that created this huge negative equity that we're recovering from now. So next steps, again, for this company, all of the things I mentioned to you that are really exciting for all of us, including, I'm hoping, our 2 new board members. We're going to be creating business cases for each of these things, and Wade behind me will be creating long-term financial plans to see how we're going to pay for it all. Other opportunities, again, I've hinted a few times in this presentation, but coming soon, we'll be talking about electricity transmission and what that means for Innisfil. And we have some ideas as well that we'll be sharing with council on creative ways on which we could look at potentially using this company to help with that. As well as Innisfil Heights. I know Innisfil Heights is very important to council. We had this on here prior to the government releasing potential changes to first mover advantages for servicing. If you remember correctly, to get servicing to Innisfil Heights, somebody has to be that first mover to actually pay for those things. And the province is now creating mechanisms to better facilitate that. However, if things change, enterprises could be another vehicle that could be the catalyst for getting additional services out to Innisfil Heights. So those are just some of the other things we're playing with. And that, I'll open it for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Purcell. Any questions? Councillor Ices?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, CEO Prasad, for that. Great presentation. Very happy that Stroud is getting better cell service with that 9th tower. I know there was a bit of communications that need to go around that install with the residents of Stroud. I'm just curious on where this 10th location might be, just to be maybe a bit proactive on the communication around it. Are we able to hear where that is?
Maybe through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Ices. That location that we're looking at is town campus. So we're looking right around here. With the RVH tower across the road potentially coming down over the next couple of years, we're going to be filling a gap that will be created. And on top of that, we're also going to be mitigating a concern from South Simcoe Police around coverage and getting them on this tower to improve service for this area.
Great, thank you for that. And then I had a question around EV chargers. You touched on a little bit of the challenges with how the technology is changing, needing faster charge times and whatnot. Is that causing issues around, us being the pioneers in this, you might say? Is this financially sustainable? Is that affecting the payback? And with the maybe the plateauing right now of the needs for, not the needs, but the want of electric vehicles, do we see that the need for these chargers maybe changing just in the short term?
Through you, Mr. Chair. We are continuously looking at the market dynamics around this. I know the EV market has softened for sure, especially with the incentives that are not being offered by the federal government anymore. So I should have caveated what I said earlier with the fact that we are looking at market trends. I think my point of what I said was we don't have to put in a lot of extra infrastructure, which is the piece that costs the most money. So for example, the charger that we've put in, the 7 kilowatt charger, was about $7,000, and the infrastructure was about $40,000. So having that infrastructure now is super important. While these things are starting to make money, and we have seen year-over-year increases, there's certainly a loss leader right now. We did it to essentially get the market share and to potentially put in new chargers as they go. So in a way, to answer your question, yes, there is a first mover advantage to being first, but there's also a disadvantage that you have technical obsolescence and you have to replace those technologies as you go. But we are actively looking at the market, and we are going to make the best decision with our board in light of current and future market conditions.
Councillor Waters?
Staying on that theme of EV chargers, so I'm glad to see that you're looking at fast chargers. I just spent the weekend in Niagara-on-the-Lake. There's not one single fast charger in Niagara-on-the-Lake, and you consider the tourist opportunity there. Some of the hotels have the overnight chargers, the 7-kilowatt ones. Our hotel didn't. And so I had to go to Virgil to get charged first thing in the morning before I get home. So I'm glad to see that you're moving to fast chargers. And in terms of profitability, is that, you know, electricity costs us anywhere from 8 to 16 cents a kilowatt hour. Those chargers, those fast chargers, are charging between 50 and 80 cents a kilowatt hour. So there's certainly a markup for having that convenience of a 20 to 30-minute charge time. I would recommend, because I do own an EV, and the reason I stopped at Lakeland yesterday, because they have one particular charger, which is in Parry Sound, which has been nothing but the vein of my existence, because it's always down when I get there, is that the best type of chargers I've found so far are the ones that Petro-Canada have and Ultramar have, which are just tap and go. No membership sign up, no get my information. I just tap, I go. I love them. So if you're moving down that road, I would highly recommend that way of doing it. Much more convenient, much friendlier. Thank you.
Will do. Thank you, Councillor Waters.
Anybody else have anything? Okay, if I may, perhaps Councillor Waters, that particular charger is made by the same company that makes the ice cream machines at McDonald's? You never know. The question I have is actually twofold in regards to charging. With the town moving towards electrification, are we maintaining the proper amount of charges to maintain the fleet as it goes? Is that being brought into the equation as it moves forward?
Yes. Yes, we're making significant investments. Well, I shouldn't say significant. We are making investments right now into electric vehicles, and we're putting in the infrastructure at the InPower facility as well as our water and wastewater facilities. So we are making strides towards it. Certainly, there are cultural challenges around that, technical challenges. So again, we didn't want to go too far into it without, again, piloting a few at a time. So we are doing that.
Thank you. The second one I have is in regards to the chargers in the homes. You mentioned that a nominal fee for every month once the charger's installed. Now, to incentivize this, are we doing that at cost so that that as they pay every month for the potential upgrades that will occur, or something that happens that will cover the costs if something breaks down or malfunctions? Is that what that fee is for, as opposed to the lease of the material itself? And if it is paid for in that capacity, who owns the charger? Is it property of the town, or is it property of the homeowner considering the extra cost on a monthly basis?
Yeah, so we haven't done the business case for this yet, but the way I envision it in my head is similar to Reliance, similar to Enercare with your hot water tank. So they own the tank, and you pay a rental fee, and if something goes wrong with the tank, then they would come in and they would repair it. But you don't have to go to Home Depot and buy a rental tank and install it yourself. That's the benefit that we're hopefully going to offer.
And a follow-up to that, upgrades, how would that be managed? Do you have an idea how that, because if we go, for example, from the 7 kilowatt to the 50 kilowatt, and everybody suddenly wants one because, you know, they travel quite a bit, especially in the winter, knowing the capacity for batteries in the cold, how would that be addressed?
You mean in terms of demand on the specific charger? So I think what we would do is we would track those trends over time, and then if we see that the utilization rate is quite high on that particular charger, it would certainly incent us to create an additional bank. So when you install these things, you have the infrastructure for it, which is the transformer and the wire, and then you create several pad mounts that you can just pop additional ones on. And then they all come together. And then these chargers can do something called power sharing as well, so that they can reallocate how much juice they hand out to each car depending on how many are being charged at the same time.
Thank you very much. Councillor Waters?
Just a quick comment on, I do like the idea of getting into the rental market. However, both Intercare and the other one you mentioned are both notorious for their charges in terms of getting out of contracts. So the reason I would like to see enterprises get involved in that is that you would be a much fairer company than those companies who are currently in the existence, because they really gouge homeowners when they get them involved in rental prices, especially Intercare. They're absolutely outrageous. So hopefully we'll be a much more ethical company in terms of how we go about doing that, and we can still make a profit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. Such being the case now, I guess I'll have to move for a mover and a seconder to receive the information, please. All right, Councillor Waters, Mayor Dolan, all those in favor? Carried. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. You had a question, Councillor Mayor Dolan.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify on the motions. It's more than just receiving the information. So actually, when we're passing each of these motions, we're receiving the audited financial statements, we're appointing an auditor, and we're appointing the new directors and reappointing the existing director. And I just want to give a shout out to Donna Orsatti, who I know really wanted to be here tonight, and I know she's watching online, and thank her for stepping on for another year. And then with my shareholder hat on, I just wanted to say quickly, I like the direction that the company is going. I like that there's more wiggle room in enterprises. It's because it's not highly regulated like the Empower Board is. And I like the idea of always putting that community benefit lens on things that we do to make sure that we're not only making money, but also making life better for residents. So thank you, including those in Stroud who now get a cell signal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Jacobs. All right, who was the mover? We had Councillor Waters need a seconder. All right, Councillor Richardson, all those in favor? Carried, thank you. On to item 4.7, minutes of the in-service annual general meeting dated June 26, 2024. Need a mover and a seconder for that, please. Councillor Constantine, seconded by Councillor Ices. All those in favor? Carried. And the last presentation we have with Mr. Brousseau.
Okay, last but not least. All right, starting again with our very capable and dynamic CAO, Jershao. Thank you very much for another successful year of hard work, leadership, and support from yourself and for the rest of our board. We've had quite a year, especially with some of the larger projects. The Lakeshore Wastewater Treatment Plant, we've spent several hours discussing that, and that took a lot of significant time. This is another very strong board that's in front of you that is very dedicated to serving the community. So thank you again to our board. Our executive team, much of the same folks you see behind me. Tom Panic as well is here. He's our Chief Operating Officer. But again, thank you to our executive team. Running the three companies is certainly requires a significant amount of bench strength, and this team is very strong, as you've seen. So thank you all for your continued efforts, and to your staff as well. Quick facts about in services. Pardon me. 100% town owned. A lot of folks don't know this. We have a lot of infrastructure. We have $1.3 billion worth. That includes, you'll see on the next slide, multiple facilities. We operate 24/7, 365, no days off, 13,000 customers, and a group of 52 hardworking, dedicated team members. Our water operations consist of supply and treatment, transmission and distribution, and storage and pump stations. So you'll see we have 4 water systems that we maintain, 1 lake-based and 3 well-based systems, and 239 kilometers of water mains, and 9 booster pumping stations. With respect to our wastewater operations, we operate 2 wastewater treatment plants, one in Cookstown, one in Alcona, and a collection system consisting of 155 kilometers of gravity mains and 18 kilometers of force mains, and 10 sewage pumping stations. So quite a large operation for in-services. Speaking a little bit onto our major growth projects, as I mentioned at the start of the presentation, our Lakeshore Wastewater Treatment Plant expansion is underway. I'm very, very proud of this project. It required a significant amount of dialogue and consensus building between our executive team, our management teams, our board of directors, and most importantly, our development community. This project, as you'll also see, is going to be partially funded by the Hughes Fund, the Housing Enabling Water Systems, which is funding that was provided by the Government of Ontario. So we're super grateful as well for that funding from the province. These upgrades will take our facility from 17 MLD, which is million liters per day, to 25 MLD, which is from a population of 55,000 to about 70,000. And we expect that that would be stage 1 of that process would be completed in March 2027. The third line booster station that you see here, this is a project to address system constraints and to ensure that Innisfil and Bradford has adequate water capacity in this area to 2031. The Cookstown Wastewater Treatment Plant environmental assessment, this is to have future upgrades at our Cookstown Wastewater Treatment Plant to facilitate growth, not only in the Cookstown area, but also in Innisfil Heights, which I know is very important. The EA is being carried out to make sure that we identify the most cost-effective and environmentally sustainable approach to getting this servicing done. That is underway. We actually have the public information session tomorrow night at 6 p.m. over in Cookstown, for those of you that can join us. And that would help inform the EA and approvals for a service up to for a planning horizon, up to 2051. Working my way across to the right, we have the water treatment plant now, phase 3B. So this is really important as well for growth. This will involve the development of a second raw water intake from Lake Simcoe and additional filtration capacity. So right now that plant is 38 million liters per day. This would take it to 55 million liters per day. It's not even the end of the plant. We can still take it even further to 85 million liters per day. But this will take us from 38 to 55. And we expect that this project would be completed in and around 2029. But we're getting the process started now. The Alcona Reservoir and Booster Pumping Station, again, this is another really important project for us. It's to address multiple needs within the town of Innisfil and several of the large major growth projects that I spoke about, including Alcona, Innisfil Heights, Town Campus, and Stroud, Churchill, etc. Construction is expected to commence this year, 2025, and complete by 2028. And finally, Innisfil Heights Servicing, in collaboration with the County of Simcoe, Metrolinx, and various partners. This is to extend lake-based water and wastewater servicing from the Lakeshore plant to Innisfil Heights through Innisfil Beach Road. So I will advance over to this slide actually, and I know this is hard to see, but we really wanted to present to council and to the public to show them where the timelines are today. May not be tomorrow, but today, this is where the timelines are for these various projects. And accordingly, you'll see that we are really attempting to get Innisfil Heights servicing fully completed by 2028. You'll see several things are on the critical path. Items in red are outside of our control, mostly under the purview of the County of Simcoe and Metrolinx and MTO for the highway. We are working with developers to try to advance as much as we can through front-end financing or DC prepayments in order to get these works done ASAP. But I wanted to put that on your radar. In terms of renewal projects, I'm just going to go back a slide. You'll see that we have several ones that I'm particularly excited for. The first one is the Computer Maintenance Management System and Preventative Maintenance Program. Long gone are the days where we may run things to failure. This software is certainly going to be a game changer for in-services. It's going to really help with our asset management program. It's going to help us plan, monitor, report, and optimize all maintenance activities, as well as create a work management system. So this is going to be a real big game changer for us. The Cookstown water main upgrades, so this is working collaboratively with the town to upgrade aging infrastructure in Cookstown. Water mains that we're upgrading are over 60 years old in Cookstown, and so this is a long time coming. We are working with the town to urbanize and rehabilitate various areas in Cookstown. SCADA and PLC upgrades, I won't touch too much on this, but this is the brains of the operation. These are the systems that run 24/7 to make sure that we have proper water quality and wastewater treatment in place. We are seeing end of life on a lot of these devices, and we want to make sure that we get those sorted before they run to failure. Inflow and infiltration study, this is really important to us, especially to our development community. Looking at our inflow and infiltration means that we could potentially create additional units of service in our existing plant. And so it's important for us to try to do as much as we can on that file. We're currently conducting flow monitoring on these systems throughout Innisfil to identify areas that need more attention than others. We also are working to replace backup generators at facilities that are end of life, and we're working to repair and upgrade sanitary sewers that have been identified through investigation as well. So a lot of maintenance and renewal projects that we're undertaking. Notable projects completed. I'm happy to say the Lefroy Reservoir expansion has been completed this year, March 2025. That resulted in larger pumps that we've put in to service the additional growth, as well as additional cells for the existing reservoir. The master servicing plan, this has been a huge undertaking for all members of our team, including our staff, management, and board, to come up with the best ways to meet our needs to 2051. And so this will identify improvements to the existing water and wastewater infrastructure. And now we will take that and create a DC background study out of it and get the project plan in place and get the work started and completed. Water intake pipe cleaning, so the before and after, you'll see that there's been a lot of buildup on our intake pipe over the years. We've made significant efforts in 2024 to clean this pipe. It's a huge pipe. It's 900 millimeters in diameter, and it supplies raw water to the plant for treatment. This project was very extensive. It actually took 2 summer seasons to get it to where it's at today. But I hope that shows you that we're putting some significant effort into not only growth-related efforts, but also on making sure the system is safe and reliable for our existing customers and communities. Really briefly on the other things that we do in our company that we don't spend nearly enough time talking about. For information technology, we have a new disaster recovery site that we're looking to deploy. That really helps if we have an IT disaster that we can fail over quite quickly. SCADA upgrades I touched on, IT infrastructure upgrades, cyber audits, and SCADA for data loggers. So really emerging at all three of our boards right now, less so on enterprises, but more on Empower and in services, is on cybersecurity and what we're doing in place of cybersecurity. So having equipment that is not old and is replaced on time helps us to achieve those targets. Fleet facilities and metering. The work is ongoing to improve site security at all of our facilities. We're very cognizant with making sure that keys are properly accounted for and locks are switched out. Physical security cards, fire monitoring, putting up fencing at certain locations. We're super cognizant of those enterprise risk threats that we're trying to mitigate. A comprehensive metering and backflow program will be put into place, starting with all commercial properties. And we're looking to add a member on our team that will be able to go out and source these outlying issues and make sure that our cash register is protected, because this is where we're looking at making sure that we don't have any backwater or backflow issues into our system, creating compliance concerns. I forgot to touch on what was mentioned before, the greening initiative. I won't spend too much time on this because the question was asked, but we did purchase 3 electric vehicles at In-Services, and we have several chargers that are being put on to the In-Services properties for fleet-related purposes, and I'm happy to say that those were funded by the government. So again, very thankful to have that funding. Drinking water quality management system. It would not be an In-Services meeting without speaking to this. As you recall, this is a program similar to ISO 9001, which ensures that drinking water is produced consistently in accordance with the policies that we've put out, and as well as what the Ministry of Environment has put out. So it's a framework to make sure that we have checks and balances in accordance with the Safe Drinking Water Act. The inspection water reports are available for the public on our website, so you can see the quality of the water that you're drinking. So again, speaking more into the operation and compliance performance, we had 2 audits conducted. We get them conducted annually. There were several opportunities for improvement that was identified for consideration on the internal audit, and many of those we're working with our operations team to make sure that they're put into place. With our external audit, our auditor was very pleased with the improvements. This is the auditor that's assigned by the MECP. We're conducting the audit as part of our continuous improvement program, and we've closed several gaps in what has been identified. So it's been a really great year for us. Our next audit will be this year, August 2025. You'll see we're also implementing a quality management system for our wastewater. So we don't have to do this, but as part of our strategic plan and our focus on enterprise risk, we want to make sure that just as much as we're consistently producing drinking water of a certain quality, we want to make sure that our wastewater is being treated to a certain quality as well, because that's what goes back into our source water. And we want to make sure that we're putting in quality water at all times. Back into the system, I should say. Again, I won't touch too much on this. In-Services partners quite heavily with InPower. We go to the same events, and we have a joint golf tournament annually that I'm hoping everyone can attend. But yeah, I'll move on. Financial performance, again, positive 2024 audit. You'll see we have improved retained earnings for the company. Operating expenses are up, but you'll see that we have a healthy total comprehensive income of about 7.3 million, and all of that money gets reinvested into infrastructure. So we're very pleased by that. These are hard to see, but again, they speak to growth in total assets It speaks to growth in total shareholders' equity, and the return on equity continues to grow as well. You'll see that anomaly on the far right-hand corner for 2022. That is when we set rates in the pandemic to about 1% at the time, I believe, 1 to 2%. And that really eroded our return on equity because our costs continue to go up, even though we were collecting less from customers. So we're on our way forward now. So this is the last slide I have. So what's next for us? You may or may not have heard, but there are several DC legislative changes that are being proposed by the province. Certainly concerning. If DCs go away for in-services or they get reduced or some other change, that means that's a lot of cost that in-services has to find elsewhere. So either that's through debt or through front-end financing or development freezes. I think we'd have to put our heads together on how we're going to service growth without DCs or with a reduction or change to DCs. That being said, we hope that legislation gets released soon because we'd like to launch our update of the DC background study and associated bylaws. Pointing out here that we were successful with Hughes, I wanted to make sure that was really front and center for the community to know that, in this sense, we do have growth paying for growth, and the province has provided us close to $35 million for our Lakeshore wastewater treatment plant expansion. So again, shout out to the province, really great funding that they've provided for us. We've also put an application into the HSWS, which is the Health and Safety Water Stream. This will be for the Lakeshore Water Treatment Plant 3B. If we're successful, we could get up to another $30 million to help offset costs for this. And being such a fast-growing community, this would be money well spent. We're looking at financing opportunities. Again, looking at mitigation for if DCs change, looking at our asset management program, which you'll see later on tonight, looking at the growth projects and looking at the replacement projects we have to do. All of that has to get funded somewhere. And, every year I come to you for rate increases, and it's always a tough pill to swallow for council and for our community. But that's something that we have to have that discussion with on how we finance those things as well. So in-services is exploring debt financing. We're exploring DC prepayments and front-end financing, as well as several other mechanisms to help with that challenge. So finally, last thing here I'll say is we have a new 5-year strategic plan similar to InPower that is focused on the same 8 strategic themes. Started in 2025 and will finish in 2029. And again, it will take in-services through a transformational journey, hopefully to the next stage in our life cycle as a growing utility. So very proud of that. So before I get the questions, I'm just going to say again, one last time, thank you very much for all the efforts for our staff. All of it is so very appreciated, and we're very proud of everything that they do day in and day out to keep our communities safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Persaud. Just as a note of the time, if we have any questions, I would appreciate it if we could keep it brief and on the point. So if anybody does have anything they wish to ask, now would be the time. Councillor Ices.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And again, thank you, CEO Persaud, for that great presentation. It's great to hear that the servicing to Innisfil Heights is underway. If you really want to get excited, you drive to the corner of Yonge Street and Innisfil Beach Road. You'll see a great big pile of pipe there. So we can actually see progress. It's been many, many years. So that's exciting for us as council. I'm wondering on when we would see servicing in Stroud. You mentioned 2028 for Innisfil Heights. I'm just curious about, do you have a timeline for Stroud?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Ices. We expect lake-based water now to be in Stroud for 2029 and sanitary for 2028. With respect to lake-based water, we need to complete an environmental assessment for the Stroud Booster Pump Station, as well as storage and design and construction of those facilities. So that's what sort of pushed it to that next year. I think we were typically saying 2028 before, but there's a lot more we have to get done. With respect to sanitary, the delay has been coordination along Yonge Street with the county. They're putting in a new roundabout at the 9th line there. So we want to make sure that that's all coordinated.
Thank you for that. And just one more question. I know with all the extreme weather events that we have had over the winter, some municipalities experienced issues with their wastewater. I know Aurelia got hit pretty bad, and I think there was a point where Collingwood had to wastewater bypass some of the effluent into the lake. I'm wondering how is our system? Was there any concerns with any of these weather events?
Yeah.
And how are we monitoring kind of our capacity as we deal with these challenges?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. So we did have, I believe it was 2 bypass events. I don't recall. I'm pretty sure it was 2 bypass events. It is not bypassing raw influent. It's the treated effluent that is bypassing from the last process. And I think we had to bypass that into the ditch outside of our wastewater treatment plant. So we did have those events. We are tracking those quite closely. They're few and far between, thankfully. We track our utilization of the plant continuously, and especially during periods of heavy rainfall. We'll try to mitigate that by getting extra pumps called trash pumps that are dispatched and try to get the plant back under control. But that was a significant event for that ice storm. As we continue to look at things like I&I mitigation, inflow and infiltration, as well as additional capacity into the pipes, hopefully those things are reduced over time.
Just follow up. Just so the bypass events, they were fairly localized. They didn't directly go into the lake.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Barring no other questions, I need a mover and a seconder, please. All right. Councillor Ices, Councillor Constantine, all those in favor? Carried. Thank you. And now on to the confirming bylaw and adjournment at 6:56 p.m. I need a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Zanella, Councillor Drudge, all those in favor? Thank you very much. Please be patient with us as we move forward. Get a few moments to stretch our legs because we have a long evening ahead of us, as the mayor is known to say.
Thanks, everyone. Have a great evening.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for being at our council meeting for June the 25th. I want to advise that this meeting is being audio, video recorded, and live streamed on the Town of Innisfil's YouTube channel. And thank you to those who are watching us online. And it shall form part of the record, which will be retained in accordance with the town's retention bylaw. And if you want more information about that bylaw, please see our clerk's office. I'll now go to Councillor Waters for our land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Worship. The town of Innisfil acknowledges that the town is situated on treaty land that is steeped in rich Indigenous history. The town also acknowledges that this land is the traditional territories of the first people of Turtle Island. It is shared between the Anishinaabe peoples of Beaujolais First Nations, Chippewas of Rama First Nation, the Chippewas of Georgina Island First Nation, and we thank them for their generations of stewardship. This is a meeting place, is still home to many of the Indigenous people, and as settlers, we are grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land. The town acknowledges the forced sacrifices that are the foundation of Canadian society today. We are dedicated to honoring Indigenous history, culture, and committed to moving forward in the spirit of reconciliation and respect for all First Nation, Métis, and Inuit.
Thank you very much, Councillor Waters. So we have quorum tonight, so we'll get started. And again, thank you everybody for your interest in our meeting this evening. I will tell you that we have had 6 people sign up for open forum plus someone online. So we have 7 open forum items tonight. So I am going to graciously ask everybody to please keep to the 2-minute schedule. I absolutely hate cutting people off. So if you could keep to your 2 minutes for open forum, that would be much appreciated. I also want to let you know that many of you have written correspondence to Town Council over the last few days, and I want you to know that we have that correspondence. So we've received correspondence from Kevin Bouchard, Innovative Planning Solutions on 3584 Highway 89 and on 20th Side Road, from Jenna Thibault from Weston Consulting for the 25th and the 10th, from Mark Jacobs from Beligary Group, from Kay McKinnon for the 7th line, from Malone Given Parsons for the 9th line, Peter Van Loan for North Alcona, Cameron Sells for 7750 Young and Stroud, and I haven't looked at my email in 2 hours, so there may be more in there. But I just wanted you to know that each member of council has a copy of that correspondence and what's in it, so that might help you with your 2 minutes if you know that we've received that information already. So I'll go first to Mike Dorr from Boothfields, who's talking to us tonight about community permit systems, the CPPS, and the Alcona and Shoreline. Mr. Dorr, whenever you're welcome, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, my name is Mike Dorr. I'm a partner at a land use planner at Bouthfields in Toronto. I appreciate the note about having our letter already in your record, so I'll try to be very brief. I do want to make a couple comments about item C.7, the new community planning permit system for the shoreline area in particular. I represent a landowner who's been working toward filing an application to permit a detached dwelling on Cedarville Drive in the shoreline area based on the in-force community planning permit system, which is bylaw 06217, as well as based on a pre-application meeting that we held with staff late last year. We are generally supportive of the update to the bylaw, but we do have 2 key concerns that I wanted to flag, and I hope you will consider as you make your decision tonight. The first is with respect to building height. The new bylaw would reduce the as-of-right height that applies to my client's lands from 11 meters to 9.5 meters, which may not seem like much, but that actually is a significant change, given that it reduces by 1.5 meters. Our proposal is for a 9.8 meter building at the moment, which would automatically now trigger a Class 2 permit, whereas previously was an as-of-right height. It's only a 0.3 meter or 1 foot increase above what would be the as-of-right height, but it's unclear to us what the rationale was for this reduction in height, especially given that height was not an issue that was raised by staff at our pre-application meeting. If council moves to approve the bylaw today, we would recommend that council consider amending the bylaw to allow an as-of-right height back to 11 meters. That would have helped to avoid unnecessary permits, including for my client. The second concern we have, which is that the current bylaw has a number of new regulations related to detached garages. Currently, there's one in the current bylaw, but the new bylaw has 3 different sections that would regulate how detached garages can be located on a site: 3.3, 311, 5.63, all of which have confusing and somewhat conflicting permissions around detached garages. We would recommend that staff or the council consider either deferring your decision on this item in order to allow us to consult further with staff on how these policies can be detangled, or that council consider amending the item to consider adding the current permissions for detached garages.
Thank you, Mr. Dorr. I'm sorry that's the 2-minute time, and I apologize. We do have your letter, though, so we've got all these in writing. Thank you. Next up is Eric Braithwaite regarding C4, and then Steve Woods after that.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Eric Braithwaite, Senior Planner with MHBC Planning. Our clients own lands at 853 6th Line in Alcona. My comments are in regard to the staff report for the growth options report. I take it that council has received our correspondence asking for a amendment to the recommendations, asking for staff to follow up with the representatives that met the mandatory criteria to provide additional details. It's our opinion that some of the interpretive criteria evaluations are not accurate for our clients, specifically regarding the natural heritage features. The growth options report utilizes the provincial heritage mapping system, which wasn't into effect, and the County of Simcoe official plan has refined that mapping through their Greenlands designation that has carried through the town's official plan. So we're asking to provide more detail to staff and reconsider a decision on the item tonight before making a recommendation.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Steve Woods, and then Kaylee Robbins.
Hi, everybody. I'll try and make this as quick as possible. There's a lot of concerns that I have with the changing of the zoning at 6225 Yonge Street. Delray Group's audacious proposal to rezone the 7 hectares of working farm since the 1800s at 6225 Yonge Street is now going to be called a high-density sprawl called palatial estate homes. Their own website boasts Churchill Meadows, an exclusive enclave of 100 palatial homes. But let's be clear, this is just the first step. They advertise 100 homes on their website, but with the proposed density they're asking for, that would work out to around 300 homes when they finish their redevelopment of the entire site. Delray claims conformity to the PPS 24, the Simcoe official plan, and the Innisfil official plan, but their arguments, no, they do not. There's so much in all of those plans that contradict using farmland for residential. For example, Ontario loses 319 acres of farmland daily. 2.8 million acres have gone in 35 years. Delroy's proposal claims that it conforms to PPS 2024, but their arguments crumble. Policy 2.6 demands planning authorities support a diversified rural economy by protecting agricultural and other resource-related uses. Sorry, was that? Oh, okay. Okay, so yes, the Ontario plan is not working. The SCOP, there's a bunch of policy statements that talks about the availability and sustainable primary agricultural areas for long-term use for agriculture and a diversified, and they don't conform to that neither. And then obviously the Innisfil official plan talks about section 18, objective 1, to protect specialty crop areas and prime agricultural areas, which this is, for long-term agricultural use while promoting and maintaining the farming industry on these lands. None of these are taken into account in this proposal. They're just coming in, asking to rezone farmland, which, as we know, is decreasing and is such a concern. There's so much more that I can say, but I obviously want to respect your time. If I can maybe send something electronically.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Woods, very much. Next is Kaylee Robbins.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kaylee Robbins. I'm a registered professional planner at West End Consulting, and I'm here on behalf of the owner of the southeast corner of 20th Side Road and Lockhart Road regarding the growth management strategy. So the request tonight is to consider expanding other urban settlement areas within Innisfil, including Sandy Cove. We would ask that council consider a different growth management strategy than the one proposed by staff to allow for the expansion of Sandy Cove, an urban settlement area. And we would ask that this expansion be along Lockhart Road towards 20th Side Road to include our clients' lands as well as another settlement area boundary expansion. This will allow for the growth and development of a different community with additional housing opportunities and community uses. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Robbins. Next is Kevin Bouchard.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. My name is Kevin Pichard. I am a land use planner with IPS Consulting. Our office is located at 647 Wellham Road in Barrie, Ontario. I'm here this evening to lend my client's support and our support to the recommendation of staff concerning the adoption of growth option number 2 in Alcona Stroud. My client is Bogan Jarej. He owns a property at the adjacent to the Alcona settlement area, located at 2180 20th Side Road. This opportunity or this inclusion of these lands into the SAVE for Alcona will provide the opportunity for him to realize a commercial redevelopment on the property and go forward, assuming it's approved, with an official plan amendment and rezoning in that area. So in sum, we're saying we very much support staff in their recommendation, and we hope the council sees fit to accept the recommendation they put forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Ellen Ferris, again on item C4.
All right, good evening, council staff and members of the public. My name is Ellen Ferris and I'm an associate with MHBC. I'm here tonight on behalf of 2182 Management Inc. and 2366 Management Inc. to provide comments on agenda item C4, which is the growth options report. Our client owns the properties located at 2182 and 2366 20th Side Road, which abut Alcona and the North Alcona secondary plan. And both of these lands have been identified as suitable options for expansion in the growth options report and rank highly across the growth criteria. I did provide written comments very shortly before this meeting, which council will have soon, but there are kind of 3 comments I'd like to make today in relation to that report. The first being that growth option number 1, which focuses entirely on expanding the Alcona settlement area, should be considered as the preferred option, as it aligns with the growth management strategy outlined in the town official plan, which identifies that Alcona be prioritized for boundary expansion. In addition, this prioritizes growth in one settlement area, which will allow for efficiencies with respect to infrastructure and resources. Secondly, it's requested that the town update the growth options report to use the population projections published by the ministry, as is required by the provincial planning statement. And this will ensure that numbers are used that are currently required by provincial policy and ensure that land's needs are adequately captured. And lastly, I'd just like to note that our clients' lands do rank highly across the criteria being considered by the town, and our client is open to pursuing a variety of land uses on their site, which to support the town's growth and complete community objectives, and looks forward to continued discussions with council and town staff. So thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you very much. And finally, we have Reverend Krista Moore.
She actually got called away at a congregate emergency. Can I just say a couple of things on
Sure.
her behalf? Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you. I really appreciate this. She was going to talk more about sort of the density issues rather than what I talked about earlier, where Delray claims conformity with the official plan. Delray's put in a proposal a couple of years ago, which this council basically sent back and asked for changes. One of the things that was really brought up was the excessive density that this proposal was going to include, aside from what was actually in the official plan, 3 times the actual density in the official plan. And their last proposal wanted to do 42 homes on the 7 acres. So obviously they've listened, because now they want to put in 46 homes. So they're not listening to the residents at all. And it's very concerning that they just want to come up and basically take our farmland and create all these new homes. The only other thing that I really think that's important is sort of the environmental risks. Clearly, they're going to want to develop the rest of the land. They're going to want to put in a similar density. There was concerns before with the small septic systems, and yes, they do get a very good rating, but is it worth having 300 those septic systems really close to each other, really close to other farmland? And also, what is the implications of starting this just after we've had our official plan approved, and now changing the zoning from agriculture? Is it going to start more and more farms being changed, which is against all of the three, the Ontario PPS, and the two official plans from the regions? It's a huge concern, and we really want council to take this seriously. It could do serious damage to our agricultural base once we've opened the door. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. So that ends our open forum participants. Thank you very much for being succinct. Now we'll go to approval of the agenda. Could I please ask for a mover and a seconder for approval of the agenda? As you can see, we have several delegation requests that have been received that we'll be adding to the agenda this evening. A mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Richardson and Councillor Zanella. All those in favor of the agenda as amended, that's carried. And next I'll go to disclosures of interest. If there's disclosures of pecuniary interest, Councillor Ices.
Thank you, Your Worship. I took a bit of time and spoke with our legal advice, Mr. John Mascarin from Iards Bayless, about my possible statement here. I need to declare a disclosure of pecuniary interest with regards to item C4, the official plan review. My son, daughter-in-law, and father owned property in the area highlighted as 11A, and my father and uncle owned property in the area 11B. Both of these areas are part of the options provided by staff in the Alcona North Settlement Area expansion. So I will not be participating in the discussion around that or vote in that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ices. Are there any other conflicts or pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we'll go to presentations and petitions, and we're fortunate to have Carrie Warner here this evening virtually to talk to us about the South Simcoe Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. Welcome, Carrie.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to Council and Sandy and Francesca for inviting me to present. I'm very excited to present your 2025-2029 Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan for consideration. My name is Carrie Warner from Avail Consulting, and I've had the great pleasure of working across your community for a couple of years now through the original development and adoption of your first plan and now the refresh. So I would kindly ask someone to advance the slide. So for the next few minutes, we're going to take a little look at why we're doing this planning, the importance and the rationale behind this planning, and specifically the role of the municipality, how the plan was informed, the focus areas that appear in the plan as areas of risk, and then the strategies linked to those areas of risk. And then very importantly, how the plan will be actioned, monitored, and reported on, because we have a ton of lessons learned from the first go round of this plan. And this refresh plan reflects those lessons learned. And then we'll discuss next steps. Next slide, please. So we know that in Ontario, every municipality is required to develop, adopt, and implement a community safety and wellbeing plan. And communities can do this independently. We see some of the larger cities, Toronto, Hamilton, they do this independently. But in parts like ours, we often see municipalities joining together in joint plans, as we have with the South Simcoe plan. And so we have a legislative requirement, but beyond that, when you look into the plans and you look at the areas of risk and the strategies, these are very complex social conditions. So beyond being required to do it, there's a need and a desire to do this work, this intersectoral work. And the ministry has set out a framework for us to some degree. They don't tell you exactly what to do, but they give you some things to consider. And so if you see that bullseye there on the right-hand side, that's familiar with some maybe who were familiar with the first plan, those are domains, and they're asking us to look at areas of risk and strategies across those 4 areas or 4 domains. So that kind of urgent crisis response, and we know that Chief Van Dyke and his team are very familiar with that. And then we have intervention, so to that kind of elevated risk. And then moving out to prevention, we think of our friends in public health who, kind of live in that space. And then social development. And social development is more upstream, and that's where we look at policies, built environment, and how we can really, put things in place to change the trajectory of people potentially tipping into crisis down the road. So when you look at the role of the municipality, we talked about the municipality being, kind of tagged with preparing and adopting the plan. But we know that with that, there needs to come community partner support, and especially in the implementation, because we know that municipalities, when you look at some of these plans, you think, well, that might be out of kind of my wheelhouse. And so that's why we have an intersectoral representation of partners being involved in the planning and the advisory of these plans. And so why I'm here today is because every 4 years we're asked to review and revise these plans as needed. And I can tell you that across the province, most people are refreshing their community safety and well-being plan because we have learned a lot of what works, and equally as important, what doesn't work when you're developing these plans. And then I mentioned the obligation or the responsibility to monitor, evaluate, and report on the progress. And I think that we were definitely, again, lessons learned there. And so I have a lot more confidence with this plan going forward, that is something that we're going to be able to address. So we'll go to the next slide, please. So how this plan was informed. So it was really in kind of 3 phases. So the first phase was really looking at documentation and a data review. And so when we're looking at documentation, it could be work plans from various tables like mental health collaboratives or poverty reduction task groups. Like, what are they working on? What are they focusing on? And then data. So we had original data from the first go round of the plans, and we looked at those same kind of apples to apples indicators again to see what has changed. And then we also realized over the past couple years, the role that data plays in this and how it really needs to inform, it did originally, but even greater, like moving forward to track and trend in the community and on the strategies, the role that data will play. And so we'll talk a little bit more about data in another slide. And then we did targeted engagement of key providers and groups. So some of those groups that work in the space of mental health and or addictions or housing and homelessness or access to services, poverty, collaborative tables, child, family and youth coalition. And then when we're looking at residents, we did an online resident survey and we did a provider survey. So different surveys, but both looking at their perspectives and kind of weaving it all into the tapestry that we have to consider when developing these plans. We also then moved into a strategy setting session, and we had a South Simcoe specific provider strategy setting session, and that was an afternoon, and it was interactive. And that's how we took all the information that we had, all the perspectives that we had gathered so far, and looked at what do we do with this. And I can tell you that there's lots of great ideas and needs in the community, but being very clear on what we learned from the first go round of the plans is that we did not want to put anything into the plan that we could not have full confidence would get off the ground and be able to be tracked and measured and reported on. We also did an in-person county-wide provider strategy session because we know that these plans don't operate in a vacuum of just South Simcoe. We know that there's providers that do support South Simcoe only, but we also know that there's providers that support all the other subregions in Simcoe County, and maybe they're working at a higher, maybe kind of county-wide level. And so we want to make sure that we are aligned with some of those broader strategies that do have local application in your community. Next slide, please. So with all that being said, the focused areas of risk are housing and homelessness, mental health and addictions, and access to services and support. So in your last plan, you would have seen mental health and addiction and housing and homelessness. But in this plan, we see access to services and supports, and you'll see some strategies that align to that. Next slide, please. So this looks like a busy slide, but we're going to break it down and move through it pretty quick. So on the right-hand side, you can see that in these plans, there's county-wide strategies, and then there's kind of hyper-local place-based strategies. If they're county-wide strategies, it doesn't mean that they're delivered by the county necessarily. It just means that they're going to appear in each of the 6 refreshed community safety and well-being plans across the county. But knowing that every community is different, what would work in South Simcoe might not work in North Simcoe. Knowing that the strategy might be the same, but the partners might be different, the community need might be different, the community assets might be different, it's going to have a place-based implementation approach. So we can see that there was 3 kind of common or county-wide strategies, and then we can see that there's 2 hyperlocal or place-based strategies that may only appear in the South Simcoe plan. So if we move our gaze over to the left-hand side, I'm not going to read through this, but we can see that the housing and homelessness one is really looking at referral pathways to prevention supports and reduction strategies. So trying to prevent homelessness, looking at housing precarity. And then for those that are experiencing homelessness, how do we reduce it? How do we attach them to housing? The next one, the mental health and addiction strategy, that's really looking at transitional age youth, age 12 to 25, recognizing that there's a big transition when you turn 18. Sometimes you go from youth or child services to adult services, and sometimes there's gaps and you can fall through the cracks. So this is the group, very sophisticated group of providers that provide services, various services to youth. And this is, again, one of the countywide strategies, and they're looking at tightening up their understanding of youth as they transition from different points and different services to identify and address gaps. So I think that's a really incredible strategy. Well, I think all the strategies are good, but I might be a little biased. Then we have the countywide phase data approach. So while you see it in the key priorities, it's not an area of risk, but it is a priority because this work, you cannot track or measure this work if you don't have data that you can rely on, qualitative and quantitative data. So this was something that we felt very strongly needed to be formalized in the plans to hold that accountability. And so that's really going to be looking at the collection of data, so maybe some of the same indicators that we've looked at in the past, but also expanding through potentially different data sets. The County of Simcoe is taking the lead on this through their business intelligence, which they have a very sophisticated group there now who's very excited about this work. And that's going to kind of give us the ability to collect, analyze, and share the data related to community safety and well-being with those that are involved in actioning these strategies for community safety and well-being, and those that are either monitoring or accountable for community safety and well-being. The next is your hyperlocal strategy, and that's looking at a South Simcoe collaborative. So it really kind of rung through that while there's lots of great services and supports across South Simcoe, it's not always connected. And people understanding where to go and how to access it and how to navigate it, could definitely be bolstered. And so that's what that group is going to come together and do. And so we see it as a bit of an evolution of the local table. It's giving real purpose to the local table. And so those that we've kind of identified in the plan as initial partners, and again, they're in the plan, but it doesn't mean that others aren't welcome to participate, especially as we kind of unpack this over time. They're really going to be working together, forming this collaborative to bring local service providers together to discuss different approaches or ways of helping residents in community access the supports they need, and looking to see if there's gaps and how we can maybe align different programs or services. So that's a very exciting one too. And then the other hyperlocal strategy is a partnership between the South Simcoe Police and Community Connections. So Community Connections is the provider that delivers on the 3-digit dialing code for 211 in the area. And what this will do is will enable officers to, right from there in the field in the cruisers, to be able to, with the consent of someone that they encounter, recognizing that the large majority of calls are not chargeable offenses, but people who might need help or support, they are giving them those referrals now. That's not to say they're not doing it now. They are doing it, but this is a different maybe methodology for doing it. And it will be with the person's consent referred directly through a custom form to 211, where somebody will do that follow-up, because we know that when people are offered a phone number to call in the morning, if they're in crisis, the chances of them following through get lower depending on what they're experiencing, or if the next morning they feel it might be kind of resolved for them until they kind of tip into crisis again. So knowing that this referral will go through and somebody will be following up with them and being able to really unpack is there anything else that this person might be struggling with that would benefit from an e-referral or a referral to another organization? So it's kind of like light, I want to say light case management or navigation. So that's very exciting because the data that 211 holds is very robust and you can look at the interconnected needs. And so that's also super important to know that somebody might have a housing need, but what are the additional needs that are interconnected with that? Because then that helps communities plan and providers plan. So I better move on because I'm going to run out of time because I could talk for a couple hours on this. So we'll go to the next slide. So how this plan will be actioned. So now that we have very clean, tight, clear strategies with a lead agency for each strategy, it will be up to that lead agency to coordinate the activities and track the progress and the report to the GMCC, which is the Geographical Municipal Coordinating Committee. It's a bit of a mouthful, but that's what it's called. And so that committee has representation from both municipalities and from the police. The police chief sits on that board, and I've been supporting that group over time. But I think that it's been hard to find their way, quite honestly. And you know, I take responsibility for that to some degree for sure, because the plan was a little more nebulous before, but it's pretty tight, pretty clear now. And so I think that group will be very focused, and the information that they will be receiving and being able to report back on will be pretty clear. So that's exciting. And we expect that at a minimum that the council will receive progress reports annually or determined by the GMCC. So next slide, please. So pending any edits or amendments to the plan that has been presented before you, that the plan for 2025 to 2029 CSWB plan for South Simcoe would be adopted on or before July 1st, 2025 to meet legislation. And if the plan is adopted, that it be posted digitally to the municipal website within 30 days of adoption. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Carrie. And although you can't see him, I want you to know that Chief Van Dyke is here as well in person. And I'd go to council for any questions. This is an item on tonight's agenda, but in fairness of the chief and Ms. Warner, if we can ask questions now, as opposed to when it comes up in the consent agenda, that would be valuable. Thank you. Questions or comments? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I love the work and the interconnectedness of everything that we're putting forth, because when we rely on each other, ideas are brought forth that benefit all from the few, as opposed to being isolated. The question I have is, how early are we, when it comes to mental health, how early are we reaching out to the public? Are we talking high school, middle school? Are we going to be going into schools with this? Because a lot of the technology that the kids use, they're on their phones mostly, as we can see, but we need to get the message to them either in the classroom or through the devices they use the social media that they use to get that seed planted early, that it is not a wrong thing to ask for help. It is not, it makes you, the taboo needs to be removed. That's one thing we need to do with the social stigma. So is there any plan to integrate that into the process?
Ms. Warner?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through Your Worship, in response. So while I can't speak to I can't speak on behalf of the strategy leads for the mental health, I will confidently say that the group that is forming that transitional aged youth mental health strategy includes the school boards, includes New Path, includes Catholic Family Services is leading it, or CFS, Counseling and Wellbeing. I have to get the new name correct. CMHA. So it is not just mental health providers, it's in the schools. So I'm confident that we are talking about youth across the spectrum. You'll have early childhood educator organizations there as well. And as far as the other hyperlocal strategy, the one that's the CSWB collaborative, they are going to be working on exactly what you said, addressing stigma and having various local providers who have exposure to youth across kind of the age range. So it's not like we're locking in at one age. We're going to be looking at youth, where youth are at, and the providers that have access to them. And then if there's public pieces to that, if any of their strategies result in public-facing initiatives or community initiatives, then that opens it up even wider.
Any other questions or comments? I just want to thank Ms. Warner very much for her work, not only on this update and refresh, but on the original work as well, when we were really inventing the walking on the bridge as we built it and not really understanding exactly, what the province was looking for. But thank you for setting us in this direction. Chief Van Dyke, did you have anything you'd like to add? No? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, yes, and it's in the best interest of both the police service and the police services board to get behind this work. As we're often said, it's better to, instead of pulling people out downriver, pulling them out of the river downriver, let's go upriver and find out why they're jumping in the first place. So the more we can do to make our community well, the less work, reactive work that South Simcoe Police has to do. So thank you again. I'm seeing no other questions, but I will ask for a mover and a seconder, please, to receive the presentation. Moved by Councillor Constantine, seconded by Deputy Mayor Fowler. All those in favor? Thank you again very much for your work, and we'll be passing that later on in the agenda to make sure it gets to the province on time. Thank you. Next, we'll go into our delegations. We have several delegations this evening. Our first delegation is from Rabbi Kaplan from Shabbat Innisfil Jewish Community Center. Rabbi, whenever you're ready. And delegations have a time of 10 minutes. So please, whenever you're ready, Rabbi.
I think that's too much time. First of all, I want to thank Council and Mayor and everybody else of the town staff who's been supporting us with this project along the way, and for everything that you do for the betterment of life for everybody living here in our town. So thank you. Then moving on to what we're here to discuss, I think most of you are already aware, and we've been back and forth for quite some time now, about the deferral agreement for the development charges for our synagogue at 1096 line. I just wanted to point out and to mention to all of you that unlike perhaps some others who are making presentations before you, I'm not asking for anything for myself. And I'm not looking to make any money in this process. This is something only to enhance life for my community here in Innisfil and for really everybody in Innisfil. I've moved here together with my wife and one baby at a time. In 2021, our first event was held Hanukkah 2021 together with the town mayor. You were there, and quite a couple of our councilmen at the time were there as well. And since then, we've had a great partnership with the town. With everything that we've done, our events have always been open for the whole community, and it's become apparent long ago that we needed a permanent home for our community center, which would serve mainly as our place of worship. And Cortel is helping us with this process. We're going to be hopefully soon transferring the property over to us. It's been taking some time, and in the meantime, we've started to prepare our interior renovations for the building that's already existing, and we've had support from all levels of government, including many of you here at the municipal level. And we started to, I think we made our submission for the building permit back in January. And at the time, we were told that there has to first go to Committee of Adjustments for the site plan, which was in February. We tried to get on that, and we were told it's past the 30 days before the February 20th date, so we're gonna have to wait till March 20th. Came to March 20th, we were here, and afterwards we learned, I'm not a planner, I'm not a builder, so all of this was new to me. And we learned that we have to wait another 20 days, which took us into April. And then after that, there was more complications with the site plan, and it's been dragging on, and we're already here at the end of June, and we haven't been able to start construction yet. And now we have this challenge with the development charges, and like I recently learned, even after council will approve this deferral to agree on this at a later date, once we own the property, it's going to have to go to the county of Simcoe. And I don't know how long that process is going to take. And our community is kind of homeless now. So we need to get this project done as quickly as possible. So I want to perhaps humbly propose that council entertain a exception to the rule. And being that what we're looking to do is only an interior renovation. We're not trying to build a new building. We're not touching the exterior of the building. The exterior is there already. If there's any way that we can get the building permit for the interior renovation before the site plan is fully executed. We can maybe agree on a due date when that site plan is going to be executed, but like this shouldn't hold us back any longer, and that we can start our construction as soon as possible, hopefully to finish as soon as possible, hopefully to invite all of you to a grand opening very soon. And this way, within a couple of weeks, the land transfer will already have happened, after which we'll be able to revisit the signing of the site plan and the development charges, etc. So if this is something that council would be able to entertain, we would really, really appreciate it. So on behalf of my community, I want to say thank you in advance for all the support to be able to get.
Thank you, Rabbi Kaplan. Could you stay up here in case we have questions or comments, if you wouldn't mind? That's fine. Thank you very much. Questions or comments? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've sat down, I've had conversations with our clerk's office, and Patty Toma has been very gracious in acting as a mediator between me and legal as well. I'd like to put up a friendly amendment to the motion that are on the floor at the moment, and put on the screen. This way, the idea being, I understand how intrinsic this is to our Jewish members of the community, and we at Innisfil, we welcome everybody, and I want to see this work for you, because I've been to the celebrations. I've been there when I've met your 3 children at the Log Bomer. I've been to the Torah dedication. I've been there, and you've always welcomed me, and it's never been turned away, and I've always been greeted so warmly that I want to reciprocate in kind. So if there's something that we can do, I would personally like to assist. So with conversations with town staff, we have a recommendation to put up, a revised recommendation that we can put into play that potentially will give you a leg up and move this forward, so we're not sitting and waiting for things to occur, and ultimately financially to pay DC charges on a building that is going to become a religious center. It doesn't sit right with me. Thank you.
So did you just want to walk through what you're asking for here, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, that the staff be authorized to prepare and execute a development charge deferral agreement for 6 months. That will allow you to get the proper transfer of the property to you, and that way you're not paying the DC charges on a building you're going to purchase at a later date. So the idea of paying thousands upon thousands of dollars for something that, once you receive it, should have no DC charges primarily, I think that's not reasonable in that regard. So if we can find a way to have the deferral for the DC charges, revisit it 6 months down the road, what we can do is, if the building is purchased and everything is settled, then the town's portion at this particular point in time for the DC charges can be waived, as it will be a religious center. Now, in regards to the County of Simcoe and the local school boards, you're going to have to reach out, because we can't speak for them, sadly. However, I know that they may be able to assist, but I cannot speak for them at this moment in time. But just giving you a little bit of breathing room so that our Jewish constituents, shall we say, can have a safe place, can have a place to celebrate or worship as required, I think is more than reasonable.
Thank you. One other question that I believe I heard Reverend Kaplan talk about getting building permits at this time. Did you address that in here?
No, this is regarding the DC charges themselves directly. The building permits are between the owner of the property, my understanding, the Cordelucci family, and the town.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Councillor Drodge and Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Worship. This is actually to staff. Can you explain what DC charges are involved in an existing building?
Would that go to Treasurer Webb or Director Lee? Whoever wants to answer.
Through you, Your Worship. So the reason, so it's an established building, but when it was built in the first place, it was a sales pavilion, and DCs weren't charged on that. So DCs have never been paid on the building. And so now that we have a change in use on that building, it's triggering DCs.
Thanks for the clarification.
Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just, concerning the question around building permits, I'm just going to ask the director if she can clarify the issue around building permits, and is there anything we can do, or is this just a process issue? Thank you.
Director Lee?
Thank you, Mayor Dolan, through to Councillor Waters. So the legislation is clear that development charges are required to be paid prior to issuance of the building permit. So while the legislation changed for residential to occupancy, for any other type of permit, they are still collected at the time of the building permit being issued. And I believe that's where the rabbi is looking for some relief, but that is the legislative requirement that in order for the permit to be issued, and it is close, those fees would be required.
Can I comment?
Yes, go ahead.
So typically, I'm assuming correct me if I'm wrong, the legislation for the DCs being paid before the building permit is issued is if I have a site plan and I want to build a building on an empty piece of land. But what we're trying to do is only an interior renovation. And therefore, all of the process with the building permits of putting up a building technically shouldn't apply to our situation, as it's only an interior renovation.
Director Lee?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Dolan. Unfortunately, the legislation only talks about a permit. It doesn't there's no distinction between a renovation or a new building. It's any type of building permit issuance.
So I think what the big issue here is typically this wouldn't happen. Typically, when a building is built, the DCs are paid at the time before that building got its building permit. But because it was a different use, it was to be a temporary building. It was never to be there permanently, and that is why there was no DCs paid. But now that it's there permanently, can I ask how long you think it's going to take to transfer ownership of the building? When you think that might happen?
I'm meeting with them about it with accountant, lawyer, etc. next Wednesday, and it should be a straightforward process because both we're interested and the seller's interested in helping us as well. So it should be pretty straightforward. I don't anticipate it taking a very long time.
And Director Lee, can we assist the rabbi in providing, or perhaps the clerk's office, I'm not sure who, and providing who he has to contact regarding the deferral agreements for the school boards, the 2 school boards, and the County of Simcoe?
Yes, Mayor Dolan, I think we can provide those contacts. I certainly have the rabbi's email, so we can follow up afterwards and give them the contacts that we're aware of.
So I really do sense your frustration, and I appreciate that this is a long road and it is a difficult thing to do. We do hear that from the development community quite often. And I do appreciate that this is a place of worship. But I also think it's a daycare center. Does the daycare center actually is going to be enveloped into the place of worship?
Yes. It's another service we're providing for our community.
Thank you. And yeah, we can do as much as provide you with help to get the deferral agreements with the other entities. Our problem is we collect, and this is good for many of the developers in the room too, we collect all the DCs and then we give them away. So we're the person who collects them all, just like in property taxes, we collect it all, and then we give so much to the school board, so much to the county, we hand out that money. And we do the same with DCs. So when we issue a building permit, we, at the end of every month, reconcile with the 2 school boards and the county, so we would have to pay them regardless.
Even though the site plan hasn't been executed yet?
If there were building permits issued, we would be required to pay out of tax dollars money to them to fill up their DCs, unless, of course, they're willing to entertain a deferral, which we'll see if this council is in just a few minutes. Councillor Drudge.
Thanks, Your Worship. Just for some clarification, would it not be the responsibility of the current owner to pay the DC charges before they'd be able to transfer ownership?
Director Lee or Treasurer?
Thank you, Mayor Dolan. So essentially, when the building permit is being issued, the charges are required to be collected. The building permit would be issued to the owner of the property. But then it's between the owner and, you know, the future occupant.
But the town would not allow that transfer until DC charges are paid, correct?
The town won't issue the building permit until the development charges are paid.
I guess in this situation, it's a rare situation because there's a building sitting there. So, and to his point, it's a renovation basically because the building's not being changed in any sort of a way. So I guess this is a rare situation where the DC charges really should have been paid when that temporary structure was put up, but it wasn't because it was temporary at the time. But we're now assuming that it's a permanent structure. So would it not be the current owner's responsibility to pay up those DC charges before they transferred ownership?
Director Lee? Oh, we're going to go to legal now. Okay, Mr. Parkin.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Drodge. So the mechanism that we have to enforce and collect the DCs is the building permit issuance. So unless there was a development application or building permit applied for, which there hasn't been up until now, there's nothing that would trigger the collection of the DCs. But now that there's an application and we have that mechanism, that's why they would be paid at building permit issuance. So there could be a transfer of land prior to building permit issuance, but then the DCs would still be owed by the future owner, or if an exemption was valid at the time, then we could apply that and potentially exempt DCs.
Councillor Drodge.
Thank you, Worship. So all the plans that went in place to build this structure when it was originally built was submitted by the current owner. You're now asking a new owner to pay the DC charges on a building that he really probably doesn't have the plans or permits in his name. I guess the only reason why I'm bringing this up is because if we were to go for a deferral on DC charges for the rabbis is standing in front of us, are we actually giving it to the right person, or should we be giving it to the current owner, the application to extend DC charges?
Mr. Parkin?
Thank you, through your worship. So we would have to enter into the agreement with the current owner, and then that could apply to a future owner. We could stipulate in the agreement that it would apply to a future owner as well.
Councillor Waters, and then I'll go back to you, Councillor Drodge.
Just a quick question is, the other option would be to see whether or not the current owner would be willing to pay the DC charges for the new owner.
So basically, we've been using the building free of charge for almost 2 years now. And any expenses involved with the building, we were paying, we've been paying all the whatever bills or any maintenance or anything like that that had to be covered for the building. They were just passing on to us, part of our agreement. They weren't charging us any lease in the meantime.
I'll go back to you, Councillor Drodge. Did you have another one?
I guess I struggle with this. It was a developer that put a temporary building up that stayed for unknown reasons, and now it's fortunate enough to have a person that's going to thrive out of it, and you're going to have your congregation there and do good things. It's a sour taste in my mouth that developer had a temporary building there, and it's now becoming permanent, and it's kind of missing DC charges and whatnot. I struggle with it, but I do appreciate that you're looking for an extension.
Ms. CEO Jershow.
Thank you, Mayor Dolan. Maybe just one point of clarification that hasn't really come out here is that in our own DC bylaw, places of worship are exempt. And that requires, though, the facility to be owned
So I'm sorry, our procedural bylaw doesn't allow for clapping, so thank you. That's okay.
So there's also a provision around the ownership of the building. So we basically have a timing issue here, that if Chabad Innisfil owned the building, they would be exempt from DCs, end of story. At the moment, they don't own the building, therefore DCs are triggered. So we're just trying to figure out a way to facilitate this project in happening, and so hence the deferral agreement, what the basic idea here is move the point in time at which we decide if DCs are payable to the point when Chabad Innisfil owns it, at which point no DCs will be payable, and everybody's happy.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. I'm going to mirror CEO Jershell's comments here and say that if this was a developer or someone wishing to build a house or a commercial business, we wouldn't be having this conversation. We'd be like, rules are rules. There you go. Take it or leave it. Do your thing. This, as Councillor Drodge has said, as CEO Jershell has said, this is a unique situation. And one thing we keep telling everybody, come to Innisfil. You're welcome here. We will support you. We will do the best we can to work within the boundaries to have you become a piece of Innisfil's fabric. And what I've seen here is not a place that it hasn't stumbled, it hasn't staggered, it's grown. It's grown significantly. And in this scenario, I think every rule may have a little bit of bend in it. And I mean, the fact is, if the property was purchased and the DCs were paid, the sales would go, boom, no problem. We wouldn't be having this discussion. I think it's only reasonable because it is intended for religious purposes, because it is intrinsic to the history of the Jewish faith and the people that are gathering there, that we offer them this safe space. We offer them this, and we work within the boundaries that we can to make them understand that they are welcome here. It's that simple. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Saunders.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Excuse me. I'm just going to ask the town a question. Should the transfer of ownership gets turned over to the rabbi next week, how fast would they get their building permits? So what I'm saying is, if we push this back to our August meeting, saying that we're going to give them the DC charges after the ownership is changed, is that okay? Would that work?
Director Lee.
Mayor Dolan, if I can respond to that, and I think it follows up on what CEO Jershell said. By August, they intend to own the building long before that, I think, in which case they would then be exempt and they wouldn't have to pay the development charges. It's really the timing issue is imminent right now because they're trying to get the building permit in the next weekish. Ideally sooner, I think, from their perspective, but there's a few things we're still working through. So they're trying to do that immediately, and the development charges, because they don't own it, are not exempt. And that's that timing issue, I think, that we're talking about.
Thank you. So if the rabbi was successful in getting the County of Simcoe and the local school boards to sign a deferral agreement, like say within a month, would we be able to at that time issue building permits?
So Mayor Dolan, we can issue the building permit at any point provided somebody's paying the development charges. If they both agree to the deferrals, then we would no longer be requiring any of those development charges before the building permit could be issued. I think part of that timing challenge right now will be if council makes this decision tonight, while we'll certainly provide the information to the rabbi for the county and the school boards, until they actually provide the deferral, those two charges that the town collects, and as you indicated, we provide those to them, we would still need those charges until they provide the deferral approval.
Councillor Ices.
Thank you, Worship. Just a question on that from Ms. Lee. We would be providing those DC charges to the county and the school board. Is there deferral agreement, would that be an automatic? Are we at risk as a town that we would have to pay those development charges and not get them back if they didn't agree to an exemption? Or is that possible?
Through you, Mayor Dolan, to Councillor Ices, there is a risk to the town that they won't automatically consider the DC deferral agreements. I mean, I think it is a bit of a unique situation, as everyone's spoken to, that, you know, by the time they actually consider those, given when county council would meet or the school boards would meet, the ownership may have already changed at that point. But it is a risk.
Follow-up, go ahead.
Yep. Just so we have an idea on what the financial risk would be, do we have an idea what those charges would amount to that we're at risk of?
Director Lee?
Sorry, through you, Mayor Dolan, to Councillor Ices, I'm going to give you some round numbers, not the actual. So we have calculated based on the renovation. The school board would be in the range of $9,900, and the county just under $58,000.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? So we have a motion on the floor, and I understand that it is frustrating. If I'd certainly do my part to speak to whoever I could speak to at the County of Simcoe. I don't have any ins at the school boards, but happy to speak to the county with you or with your support. But I think this recommendation is as far as we can go. Legally, the Development Charges Act is very prescriptive. It's not, there's not a lot of wiggle room in it, but we think we can do this to help as much as we can help to move you along. Other final questions or comments? Councillor Ices.
Thank you, Worship. Just wondering if we did defer this decision to August, would that risk of the fees to the county and the school board, would that go away? Would that risk still be there?
Director Lee.
Thank you, Mayor Dolan, through to Councillor Ices. Assuming the rabbi went to the school board and the county and obtained their deferral agreements in advance of that meeting, that risk could go away.
Okay, I'm seeing no more hands, but now that brings me another question. So this 6 months doesn't mean it has to be 6 months. It could, if this situation got sorted out with the county and the school boards in a month, we could move forward. This doesn't delay the project for 6 months because of this, because of the timeline in the recommendation.
Mayor Dolan, I mean, it's up to 6 months essentially, so it could be, the agreement could be ended sooner than that if there was a transfer of the ownership and it met the exemption requirement.
Okay, thank you. Everybody understand? Any more questions? I know it's quite a complicated process. No, I'm sorry, we're not. No, under procedural bylaw, we're not. Councillor Zanella, did you have a question?
I just wanted to know that should we change it in the thing to say up to 6 months or leave it the way it is?
Madam Clerk?
I would defer that over to legal to respond to that question because they would be preparing the agreement.
Director Parkin?
Thank you, Your Worship. We could include that wording. I think we would do that, but for clarification, I think it doesn't hurt. So.
Okay, I'd ask the Deputy Mayor and if he has a seconder on this item and if he would accept the friendly amendment.
I'm willing to accept the friendly amendment. I need a seconder. Okay, Councillor Waters, thank you.
Any other question? Anything final from you, Rabbi Kaplan?
I just want to point out again, following on what was mentioned by quite a few of you, is that what we're talking only about is the timing. And, we started this project way back when, assuming that the interior renovation shouldn't take more than 3 months. In September is the Jewish high holidays, and for the past 2 years, we had over 100 attendants at services. And if we're going to be homeless for the high holidays, we're going to be in big trouble. So we really need to get this construction going. And if there's any way that we can entertain an exception or an amendment to the bylaw, that because it's only an interior renovation, the development charges will be charged at occupancy instead of at the building permit, that would save us a massive headache and would take us quite a couple of steps forward.
I'll ask if that's even possible. Mr. Parkin?
Through your worship, so I believe there was recent changes to DC charges being collected at occupancy, but it's only for residential, not commercial, unfortunately.
That's Bill 17. Okay. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Fowler?
Just a question for legal. As this is a religious building, would that be considered commercial use?
Director Lee? Director Parkin, sorry.
Mayor Dolan, I think just to be clear, the Bill 17 change that was made is specific to residential uses. So it changed with the provincial direction for more housing that DCs are payable at occupancy instead of permit issuance, but for all other classes of permits. So whether it's commercial, whether it's institutional, they are still all collected in accordance with the legislation at permit issuance.
Councillor Constantine.
So if we decide to defer it tonight, and the school board and the county, they doesn't want to defer it, where do we go from here? What next?
Director Lee?
Mayor Dolan, essentially, if the county and the school boards are not willing to enter into a deferral agreement, those charges, the town doesn't have control over those, so they would be required to be paid.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor of the recommendation that's on the screen? That is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're doing what I hope you understand, Rabbi, we're doing what we can within the law. And we're trying to do as much as we can to facilitate, but we are only the town and we can't speak for the other entities and we can't change the DC Act. But thank you for coming out, and I hope this is somewhat helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next delegation we have is Jenna Thibault, I'm probably saying that terribly wrong, associate with Weston Consulting.
Okay, well, good evening, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Jenna Thibault, and I'm an associate with Weston Consulting. I'm here this evening to speak to item 8.C.4 on the agenda related to the Growth Options Report, and I'd like to express my opposition to the recommendation. I'm also the planner for the West family, the owner of the property located at the southeast corner of Shore Acres Drive and 20th Side Road, directly adjacent to the Guilford Settlement Area boundary. Their settlement area boundary expansion request is number 27. In terms of property size, the property is 11.47 hectares. Okay. This first slide here presents an air photo of their property. I've reviewed the staff report and the accompanying growth options report, and I do not agree with the recommendation that they're providing. It is my opinion that there should be consideration given to sites that are ideal candidate locations that provide the opportunity for gentle intensification in smaller settlement areas. I do not agree with the recommendation only considering to accommodate growth in 2 of the settlement areas within the municipality. On behalf of the landowners, we have been participating in the settlement area boundary expansion request process since June of 2022. As I mentioned, it is my opinion that my client's property is in an ideal location. And as you can see from this next slide, their property here is outlined in red, and it is directly adjacent to the settlement area boundary. Inclusion of their property within the boundary would assist in rounding out the boundary in this location. It is my opinion that my client's property meets all the mandatory criteria as well as all the interpretive criteria, and this has been detailed in multiple submissions that we have provided throughout this process. Based on my review of the growth options report, it's identified that this property meets all the criteria except for the criteria related to servicing, which we do not agree with. As part of our latest submission made in April of this year, we included a memo from a civil engineer that indicated that this property can be serviced. We do recognize that private septic systems would be required, but that is currently how lands in Guilford are currently serviced. And based on the master servicing plan, that is how lands in Guilford are intended to continue to be serviced until 2051 in order to accommodate growth. The growth options report doesn't take a broad enough approach in considering other viable options that can allow for properties to be serviced, such as my clients. The landowner has done a significant amount of work in order to determine the potential for these lands to be used for residential development. In addition to evaluating the servicing potential of these lands, they've also retained an environmental consultant to assess the ecological features. As part of our latest submission in April, there was also a memo included from their environmental consultant. It is the opinion of the environmental consultant that these lands are suitable for development. It is the southern portion of the site which could be developed. It is recognized that there are some ecological features on the northern portion of the site that would need to be protected. A unique aspect of this request is that the landowner does intend to dedicate the northern portion of the lands into public ownership, should that be something of interest for the municipality or the Conservation Authority. And so in our opinion, this site provides a great opportunity for sustainable development on the southern portion while still protecting for ecological features on the northern portion. In addition, development of this property for residential uses would also be compatible with the surrounding area. This slide here presents the approved draft plan of subdivision for the adjacent lands at 1291 Shore Acres Drive. Inclusion of my client's property into the boundary would be able to provide a similar type of development in terms of form and lot orientation, similar to what is being approved and already existing in the municipality. My client's property is smaller than many of the other requests, but it should not be overlooked. As mentioned, it is well positioned, it can be serviced, it allows for the protection of ecological features, and it is compatible with the surrounding area, and any residential development that could be developed on the site would be in keeping and consistent with what is existing. To conclude, I do not agree with the recommendation in the growth options report. I think there needs to be further review and consideration of other sites outside of Alcona and Stroud, and I ask council this evening to consider the inclusion of my client's property in the Guilford settlement area boundary. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chabot. Questions or comments on this delegation? Councillor Drudge.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks for your presentation. I'm actually really familiar with this piece of land. I grew up basically adjacent to it for 40 some odd years. To speak to the current project that's happening, Guilford Estates, which is adjacent to you, there's been some hiccups, to say the least, when it comes to that property, when it comes to elevation, how their stormwater would work, et cetera. My concern with the property that you're speaking of is there is a serious water course on the north side that basically takes all the water from Fennell's Corners, and at times it overflows and kind of runs into that property. I think you would have issues with where water tables would land on that property. That's a pretty heavy watershed area. I think for that reason alone, I would probably not support trying to do development in that area, just from what I've seen over the years and what we're experiencing adjacent to it at Guilford Estates. Most of those houses at Guilford Estates are probably an elevation change from natural grade to over 12 feet. So that's what we're dealing with there right now. So I think since that project has seen the light, I think staff and the town have realized that that area is a pretty wet area and it would be a very difficult spot to build on. So for those reasons, I would have concerns of that being part of our settlement area. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you very much. I would just comment that, you mentioned you've been at this since 2022, I think it was.
Correct.
I wanted to acknowledge there's people in this room who have been at a particular development proposal for over 2 decades. So it is something we will consider when we get to item C4 tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is, we need a mover and a seconder, please, to receive the delegation. Thank you, Ms. Toma. Councillor Drodge and Councillor Zanella, all those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Our next delegation is Kevin Bouchard.
Good evening again, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Kevin Bouchard, and I continue to be a land use planner at IPS Consulting Inc. Our offices are in 647 Welland Road in Barrie, Ontario. My presentation this evening is dealing with item C4 as well, the staff report respecting the growth management strategy. I'm acting for my client, Barbe Holdings Limited, at his property at 3584 Highway 89 in Cookstown. The owner behind the company is Mr. Paul Sadlin. Innovative planning solution has been retained by our client on the subject properties to consider redevelopment of the lands, essentially for industrial and commercial purposes. And the discussion we'd like to have with the town and going forward is how we might bring along that development in this community on private services, at least in the interim, pending any future servicing of the area. I'm going to provide a slide, if you will, for showing the property. And it's a much larger property at about 35 hectares in area, but only a certain portion of those lands are developable, approximately 10 hectares of land. The property has 350 meters on Highway 89, and I'm sure that you're familiar with the area and the Fork intersection in the scope of development that's already occurred at Highway 89 and Highway 400. Our request is that the lands be included within the area labeled B on Appendix M and growth option number 2 of the Alcona-Stroud hybrid option, and that it be included within the settlement area expansion as part of the growth strategy. It's our hope and intent to approach the municipality with a subsequent application for official plan amendment from agricultural to rural commercial use to provide for the proposed commercial industrial development of the property. And in fact, I'm going to say complete the development of that whole large intersection area. To give you a sense of the proposed development, I'm showing you here a scheduled conceptual subdivision plan that occupies approximately 10 hectares of the, provides 10 blocks and indeed occupies approximately 10 hectares of land at that intersection. Our intention would be to approach the municipality through initially a pre-consultation submission and then proceed through normal development options in carrying forward. We think this is a reasonable proposal. We think it's anticipated for development in this area and that it should proceed on a timely basis. Thank you very much. I'm happy to take your comments and questions.
Thank you. Questions or comments on this proposal? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. What type of businesses in this industrial business park are we looking at? Are we looking at more commercial or light industrial? What is the general overall idea that you have? Because from my understanding, when I'm thinking like this, it's the gateway to Innisfil. As you come up the highway, you see 89. We're going to have the casino on the right-hand side, Tanger Outlet Mall. If this is going to fit in with the narrative of it, how do you expect to, what are your plans to fit in with the overall theme?
Right. I think that's still in development on behalf of our clients. Certainly, we'd be interested in commercial use, but not certainly retail commercial in that extent. What we're looking at is an industrial and commercial mix of uses. I think we'd have to come back to the town and discuss that range of uses in our application further.
Other questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And I'll ask for a mover and a seconder to receive the presentation for information. Moved by Councillor Waters, seconded by Deputy Mayor Fowler. All those in favor? That is carried. Our next delegation is Matthew Halo from Planning the Full Orbit. Welcome, Matthew.
Thank you. Good evening. Good evening, Your Worship, and members of council, members of the public. I'm here today to present to you on behalf of two landowners at Innovative Planning Solutions is representing. My name is Matthew Halo. I'm a registered professional planner out of the IPS Vaughan office, address 3800 Steeles Avenue West in Vaughan. So as you noted, the lands I'm speaking on today are within the orbit in transit-oriented Community 3. The lands are addressed 1364 and 1425 7th line and 1194 and 1224 Bel Air Drive, so representing two of these landowners. As you can appreciate, the Orbit Secondary Plan has been in motion for quite some time. Prefacing my presentation, I'm noting that TOC 3 refers to the extent of the secondary plan area that is beyond the initial 425 meters of the ministerial zoning order, which allows development of the core of the orbit surrounding the GO station. So it's a very intricate secondary plan. We're appreciating that, and there's a lot of moving parts here, no pun intended. Just an overview of what a major transit station area is for council. Again, a major transit station area means the area including and around any existing or planned higher order transit or stop within a settlement area, or the area including and around a major bus depot in an urban core. So the basis of the MZO generally is around that GO station, and the ministerial zoning order provides that development framework, but the secondary plan overall provides for a framework, a development framework to a broadened outlook. Sorry, just went back. So the DLR lands are approximately 53.81 hectares, and the Previn Court lands are about approximately 54.9 hectares. Together, they represent about 108 hectares of land within TOC 3, and with components ready to align with the town's goals for growth within the Orbit Secondary Plan. I'd like to note it's critical that the town re-examine their growth targets within the secondary plan area, including but not limited to those within the MTSA. The landowners have engaged the municipality for quite some time through pre-application consultation meetings, scoping of terms of references in association with those pre-application consultation checklists. They've corresponded with agencies and are very close to submitting the planning applications to facilitate the development and expand the settlement area to those lands. So there are 6 major themes to my presentation, knowing that I have probably less than 10 minutes at this point, but you'll see it on the screen before you. So our request today is that council endorse a motion to direct staff to undertake a review of the allocated population within the Orbit's transit-oriented community 1 and 2, and to expand and distribute a portion of the population to TOC3. Ultimately, the approach that is currently being undertaken by other municipalities for instance, in the city of Barrie, is that the planned community is being developed in a fashion that's going to be quite dense, and the distribution of that density should be allocated to other areas within the secondary plan, it's our belief. So in general terms, we need to stress that the vision of the Orbit always included the subject lands, the 2 lands that my clients I'm representing. The MZO gave TOC1 and TOC2 and the secondary plan, all 3 within the changes of the PPS, the opportunity to grow around transit, which is ultimately the goal of the Orbit. So just in terms of planning for the full horizon of the Orbit and the township, we're looking for an opportunity to align ourselves, all landowners within the Orbit secondary plan, in the studies that the township is undertaking. And we know that the growth at this scale doesn't happen all at once and doesn't happen in isolation. So looking beyond the MZO and building the framework that anticipates growth over time, we have to understand that there's an opportunity here to align both our infrastructure, our roads, our servicing for the long-term expansion, not just constrained or concentrated within a specific area, but ultimately an overall growth trajectory that includes all lands. So behind every development is a longer pipeline, includes zoning, servicing, approvals, design, construction, and that pipeline takes quite some time, 7 to 10 years plus. As you can appreciate, we've heard from council that there's an application that's been in the works for about 20 years. So by unlocking my clients' lands, it provides, the infrastructure planning that we need today. It opens up the data. It opens up the opportunity to contribute to that review and plan comprehensively. Again, unlocking that pipeline provides the vision to reality. The phasing of the growth for 2051 should be allocated to the other areas of the Orbit. When we're planning around major transit station areas, it should be attributed to most lands within 800 meters and beyond. What I've seen in the mapping is that the MTSA boundary it goes beyond that 800 meters, but the settlement area doesn't. So it's constrained within that MZO. So there needs to be a rethinking of how we're allocating that growth within the Orbit secondary plan to allow for more opportunities for low, mid, high-rise development. Plus, what we heard today is that there's a need to provide servicing in the forms of community services, schools, parks. We truly believe that the subject lands I represent my clients provide that opportunity. Again, this slide is quite cumbersome. It's our market reality, so we've pulled some headlines. We're in sort of an interesting scenario market-wise. So, we're planning for a market that's shaped by real constraints. So interest rates, construction costs, labor shortages, risk-reserved capital. Developers aren't just looking for land, they're looking for certainty, servicing, and a clear path. That means we need to position the Orbit not just as a vision, but a viable investment-ready environment, extending past the high-rise development and providing services extending past that the GO station lands. Again, providing a diversity and choice of housing is truly what we need. A few weeks ago, we've heard from a developer come and provide an update on their development applications, and certainly we know that high-rise development in certain contexts in this current market and condominium ownership and other within that high-rise development market is quite saturated. The interest rates don't support that type of development and that capture through the market. So we truly believe there's an opportunity through the subject lands to provide a great mix and range of housing. And as you can see through the side, it provides a good diversity and choice. So again, infrastructure readiness. We're ready to provide the opportunity to realize what the secondary plan provides in terms of planning comprehensively and planning collectively. And again, a call to action. So the current MZO is just the beginning. If we're really going to meet our 2051 growth targets, there needs to be a reallocation and rethinking of how we're providing that growth within the secondary plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions or comments, please? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Am I understanding correctly that you're asking us to diffuse the intensification around the orbit into TOC 3? Is that you're asking us to make it less dense in one area and more dense in another, like to give more space? Is that what I understand? That the orbit has evolved since it first came to the previous council. Mm-hmm. And the one thing that's been consistent with it is the walkable community. Mm-hmm. The idea that everything is within that range for those that don't drive, for those that can't drive because they're seniors, the ability to have a community at arm's length. Mm-hmm. I appreciate what you're saying, but that's going to dissolve what the idea and the initial intention of the orbit is altogether. And as much as I appreciate, I think that you're trying to put a round peg in a square hole. I don't think that's at this moment in time, mm-hmm. that's feasible. I think once we have the situation settled with the orbit and the MZO and the buildings, at that point in time, we can revisit how we can adapt the outer TOC 3 area to align with the buildings and provide more of what you're asking for.
Mr. Haler, did you want to respond?
Yes, please. Through the chair to Deputy Mayor. I completely acknowledge where you're coming from. The nature of a secondary plan like this and the MZO is really for that transit-oriented community, that density that provides that walkability. The fear that we have is that 425 meters really doesn't truly approach the MTSA boundary or the MTSA framework appropriately, in the sense that the provincial policy statement talks about a 500 to 800 meter and potentially beyond. So, fully acknowledging that within the 425 meters, there's that opportunity, but it shouldn't shy away from providing the ability to get, have lands ready to develop and ready to pull permits and ready to provide the infrastructure to attribute to a transit-oriented community, which is really in the nature of the orbit secondary plan. Beyond that 420 meters, there are lands outside, inside of that 800 and even outside the 800 that are really ready to plan comprehensively. The only thing that's really holding them back is the expansion of the settlement area to include those lands. And maybe a rethinking of the way the way the town is approaching the MTSA policy framework, because from a hierarchy perspective, we really look at MTSAs as top of the pyramid, right? And within the 420 meters and 25 meters, fully acknowledge that there was a different process that was taken in relation to providing the opportunity to develop or the approvals to develop those through an MZO process. But it's the two lands are completely distinct. The one that DLR owns, we've met with staff, we've talked about the environmental features and how we can approach that from a developer's perspective and taking that on. And the Bel Air community obviously has some issues with flooding, and there's that component that really, can be attacked and tackled by the private landowner in conjunction with the municipality. So providing that opportunity through the expansion of the settlement area, it gives the opportunity to elevate the attention that community needs in addressing certain environmental features. As it relates to the Prevencourt lands, it's really an extension of providing that 800 meters, that walkability, that transit-oriented community, and that distribution of the population. So in short, really, providing the approvals for certain lands within the 425 unlocks and unlocks the sort of the population growth that's anticipated within the orbit, but it doesn't realize it, right? So, building high-rise towers and assuming that people are going to come to them, buy them or live in them, that could happen. But on the flip side, a township like the town of Innisfil, where the nature of it is mostly low-rise, mid-rise, and then transitioning to the high-rise is typically, providing the opportunity for the growth to happen or to be allocated within the low and the mid-rise, and then also building out our schools, our parks around that walkability. Those two properties provide that opportunity. It provides a good distribution of growth and building from the GO Station lands. Furthermore, unlocking that growth allows for a better business case in supporting the GO Station. The density drives the growth and vice versa. And I think if we have full alignment with both lands that are within the 425 meters and outside, there's an ability to plan better communities generally as it relates to infrastructure, roads and parks. And then, the funding comes and we sort of get our bus routes and all that stuff. So I completely understand where you're coming from in terms of the walkability, but I don't believe that expanding the settlement area wouldn't achieve that density that we're striving for within the orbit secondary plan. It's more so how we're dealing with the phasing over time and allocating the growth to certain lands in certain areas.
Thank you. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Worship. First of all, the GO Station won't be built until those high-rise densities happen. So the fact that if we allowed this development to go ahead and you were able to get your buildings in the ground before the high-density piece, the GO Station wouldn't be there for those residents. If we did allow it to go ahead and your development happened, first of all, we'd have a donut. we'd have a donut. If the core density doesn't happen, we'd end up having development around and nothing in the middle. There'd be no commercial. All the commercial is going to be there. All the transit hub is going to be there. So anything that connects that community to everything else is not there until those high-rise condos happen. So allowing this type of building to happen ahead of time, and the fact that in our growth plan, we don't need that much development to accommodate the growth that we see happening. So we have it there. So I think it's a bit premature, and I can't imagine myself voting to allow that type of development when still the high-rise, they don't even have their sales office up yet. So I can't imagine wanting to develop stuff around it with, I have no idea. Is it low density? Is it mid density? I think we all see a vision of high-rise in the middle, slowly going down, and maybe single families at the far end of it, but in the middle is more mid-density. So I think it's a bit premature, and I don't think the settlement plan really needs that type of additional lands to accommodate the population that we see happening over the next little while.
Thank you. Final comment?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Waters. I completely agree where you're coming from. My understanding is that the mechanism to implement the GO Station are through agreements that the developer is working through, the Cortellucci family and the Cortel group. My fear really is that, being from Toronto, being from the GTA, is that we're really in a condo crunch, and the high-rise development industry is really taking a hit. It's quite gruesome. There's a lot of developers who are abandoning their projects, not to say that Cortel will do that, definitely not, but I'm suggesting that the core of the secondary plan is around that GO Station, certainly. I'm not disputing that, but there are other districts and there are other precincts that are adjacent to existing settlement areas that would afford a fulsome, a comprehensive planning exercise that, for instance, the DLR lands, where we're facing a real public hazard issue, a public health issue as it relates to flooding, that could be addressed by unlocking that development. It provides the opportunity to plan comprehensively, provide the infrastructure that addresses systematic issues that are currently happening in the municipality, and building upon that framework, really. And I completely understand where you're talking about building from the center out, which is a great model. We don't dispute it. This is the nature of the secondary plan. But for us, It's an opportunity really to plan the adjacencies and plan complete communities. You talk about sort of hollowing out the commercial. Well, there's going to be commercial opportunities within each individual precinct, and the two subject lands that I'm speaking on today provide a great mix of land uses, low density, mid-rise, mixed use, commercial, public institution, and the like. So that's be the last comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Drodge.
Thanks, Your Worship. The DLR lands that you're speaking to, and you talk about flooding, and there is a definite issue to the east of those lands. I'm curious what staff's opinion would be on that by making that a residential subdivision area with stormwater. Would that even help the situation in Bellure, what's currently existing there?
Director Lee.
Thank you, Mayor Dolan. Through you to Councillor Drodge. So there are two ongoing projects. One is the Stormwater Master Plan update for the Orbit secondary plan area that would be looking at that issue. But the town also does have a capital project that is the Bel Air Creek wetland review and flooding strategy. So both of those, and DLR is aware of that, and we have had some discussions about their lands and the impacts development would have in terms of how we would address that.
Thanks for that. Just one final comment. The main issue with Bel Air and flooding is the fact that it's low-lying land and that they're simply lower than the lake at times, and that's why we can't get rid of the water. That is the main issue there, though, correct?
Through you, Mayor Dolan, to Councillor Drodge. So it is the main issue, but as development is occurring in the area, that does compound the flooding impacts that we're seeing. And so we have to ensure that as we're looking to build the Orbit development, how are we ensuring that we're not compounding current flooding challenges, just the nature of the flood elevations.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you very much for being with us tonight. Thank you for delegating.
Thank you very much.
Could I have a mover and a seconder, please, to receive the delegation with thanks? That would be Councillor Waters and Councillor Drodge. All those in favor? That is carried. Our next delegation is Mark Jacobs. Mr. Jacobs, whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. My name is Mark Jacobs. I'm an associate at Biglieri Group. I'm here on behalf of Delray Developments, who are the owners of 6225 Yonge Street in Churchill. The property is at the southeast quadrant of Killarney Beach Road and Yonge Street. I'm here tonight speaking actually on two items. The first is item C.8, the recommendation report for official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendments for a portion of the property, as well as item C.4, the growth options report. On item C.8, I wanted to begin by thanking staff for working with us and the owner throughout the review process. The lands that are subject to the development application are entirely within the existing settlement area for the hamlet of Churchill. The official plan designates these lands subject to the applications for residential uses. Since the public meeting, we have worked with staff on making a number of changes to the draft plan of subdivision. The most significant revision was retaining the existing dwelling that's on the property. Following successful approval and approval of the subdivision, that lot will maintain the heritage designation. Additionally, we have also reduced the area of the commercial block, as well as adjusted some the alignments of Street A to avoid any headlights into houses on the north side of Killarney Beach Road. The proposed development will provide additional park space for the community through the provision of a public park, and the density that is being proposed has been supported by a hydrogeological investigation, which has been reviewed and accepted by town engineering staff, the town's peer reviewer, as well as the MVCA, Nottawa-Sega Valley Conservation Authority. So to conclude the first portion of my presentation, I did want to state that we do support staff recommendations for approval, and I'd be happy to answer any questions following the end of my presentation. The second item I'm here to speak on behalf of is in relation to item C.8, the growth options report. Big Larry Group has submitted a settlement area boundary expansion request for additional portions of 6225 Yonge Street that are not currently within the settlement area boundary. The settlement area expansion request are for lands that are currently existing fields, but the current settlement area doesn't end along any natural features or any roads. It's in the middle of the fields. So our proposal or request is to expand that settlement area to the creek that runs through the property along the east side and then cuts west towards Yonge Street. The natural heritage features that are on the property and any associated buffers are not accounted for as part of our settlement area boundary expansion request. They would not be developed, and through any future development application, should the expansion occur, those would be conveyed to in public ownership. In April of this year, we submitted a supplementary report on how we believe our request meets the updated criteria that has been implemented by town staff. While the criteria are important, having existing or planned servicing infrastructure for planned growth is critical. Churchill is currently served by municipal water and private septic systems. Future sanitary services have been identified in the town's updated 2023 master servicing plan. This would connect Churchill with the Lakeshore Wastewater Treatment Plan in Lefroy as a local improvement project. Local improvement projects are those that would be funded by those that would benefit, such as the existing residents of Churchill. The master servicing plan estimates that the cost of the sanitary pumping station and force main for this to service Churchill would be at approximately $3 million. This is a significant cost for existing residents to pay. However, the costs do go down individually when it's spread out amongst more users. During a meeting with staff a few weeks ago, the owner expressed interest in front-ending the construction of sanitary services to Churchill. This, of course, would only be feasible should the hamlet boundaries be expanded to include additional portions of 6225 Yonge Street. Earlier this afternoon, I did submit written comments, further requesting for the settlement area boundary expansion. On that included a concept plan that showed how additional lands on the site can be developed for additional housing. These would be on units with urban-sized lots with full municipal services. These units, plus any other units within the existing hamlet, as well as through our proposed development, could connect to that services as well and further decrease the cost of that sanitary sewer. With regards to the growth options report, the recommendations that council endorse growth option number 2 for Alcona and Stroud as a preferred option for the town. This would leave 6225 Yonge Street out as a candidate for a settlement area boundary expansion. The staff report notes that the subject site was one of 32 requests that did not meet the mandatory criteria and were removed from further consideration as desirable growth options for Innisfil. Unfortunately, the report does not provide any analysis of the 53 settlement area boundary expansions request and how they did or did not meet any specific criteria for further evaluation. I did receive correspondence from staff on our specific site as it related to the limited servicing that's available to Churchill. However, we do believe that our settlement area expansion request has met the threshold criteria identified by staff. It will contribute to the projected population growth for Innisfil. The expansion area is well under the amount required or allocated for future growth within Innisfil. Therefore, it doesn't take away opportunities for further growth in other settlement areas. Churchill does have municipal water, as noted, and that can be serviced via sanitary services, as noted in the master servicing plan. The settlement area boundary expansion is wholly within the town boundaries, and it does not contain any specialty crop areas or within the greenbelt. And the proposed expansion is located immediately adjacent to the existing settlement area, where a portion of the site is currently within the settlement boundary. It's understood that growth will be directed towards primary settlement areas. However, we feel there are opportunities for growth to round out some of the town's other settlement areas, such as Churchill. So to conclude, I would request that Council put forth a motion to include Churchill for further consideration for growth within the town as part of the next phase of the town's growth options review. Thank you very much for hearing me tonight. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. I'm going to start and then I'll pass it to anyone else who wants to ask questions. So you are another representative from the group, did attend the county through the MCR process to have that section added into the settlement area boundary. And it was at that time also highlighted that it would be serviced by sanitary sewer. So I'm going to ask then, if sanitary sewer is expected in that area, wouldn't then the current one that we're being asked to consider tonight be premature? Shouldn't that site be waiting for sanitary sewer instead of having individual septics, only then to have sanitary sewer come up the road for the next section?
Through you, Madam Mayor, at the time, or even in the current master servicing plan, that sanitary sewer is not identified as a capital project. So it would only happen through existing residents or the developer potentially front-ending that sewer. So there's no guarantee that it's going to happen. And there's no guarantee that the settlement area boundary expansion request will go through. So with regards to the current proposal, it is something that can happen at the time. Right now, it doesn't require any sanitary sewers, doesn't require any expansion of the settlement boundary. And should there something happen and the settlement area boundary expansion be endorsed for Churchill, the owner may consider a new development application that may reflect that proposed services. But if not, then they're happy to proceed with the current proposal that's before you tonight.
Thank you. So the current proposal to build the homes on private septic, sell the homes, and then when the pipe comes, ask those homeowners to pay to get on sanitary sewer and decommission their septic?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that would be a decision by the homeowners at the time. There'd be no requirement for them to do it.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. I was thinking the same thing. I'm going to mirror the mayor's comments on this. You're putting the cart before the horse, and with the level of, with the build there with 48 homes in such a small area, it's potentially could go very poorly for the community as a whole. I think personally it's a bit of an overreach. If it was scaled back, it might be more palatable to the community as well as council. I'm not speaking for the members of council, but what you're proposing, it's too much in such a small area before you even have the necessary services. So I'm not really comfortable with this. If it was something that we could justify by saying, like we cut the houses in half, for example, hypothetically, and that reduces the risk to the surrounding properties until we get proper servicing up, that might be something that would be better off. But I mean, as it stands, I'm sorry, no, I can't support this.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Drodge.
Thank you, Worship. The mayor and deputy mayor pretty much expressed my opinions already, but I think the fact that you're pushing for 45 homes plus the heritage home, I just don't think the residents of Churchill appreciate that. I don't think they feel like you're trying to fit with the community, and you are gonna, I think, be forced. I could ask staff this question, but I'm pretty sure if sanitary did come to that subdivision, I think there would be a mechanism to force those residents to hook up to wastewater. I don't think it's a choice of the homeowner, but like I said, if it was a little bit smaller or a little more fitting to the community, maybe this could go through. The fact that you're also pushing to use the other lands and get closer to the watershed, which is a big watershed there, it's the South Innisfil Creek Drain. I just don't think it fits Churchill at all, and I couldn't support this either. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, we thank you for being here, Mr. Jacobs, and thank you for your delegation. A mover and a seconder, please, to receive the delegation. Moved by Councillor Drodge, seconded by Councillor Richardson. All those in favor? That is carried. And we are finished with our delegations. And I'm going to ask Council, are we good to keep going, or do we need a 5-minute break? 5-minute break? Sorry, everyone. We're just going to take 5 minutes. We'll be back at 9:07. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So we'll get started again. And we're at item 7. If anybody has any items that they want to talk about, any committees that they're sitting on behalf of council, they'd like to bring forward some information on. Councillor Richardson.
On Monday, we had our last library board meeting until after the summer. What I love the most is that we have staff presentations every time, so we get to learn a little bit about some of the different staff positions at the library, different sections and stuff like that. So this week was an overview of this library services team that's headed by Shannon and Kelly Robb, which was a great presentation. We learned all sorts of great stuff. One of the things that I took away that I didn't know, and I love the library, I'm there all the time, but one of the things that I didn't know was that if you wanted to start your own book club kit at home type of thing, they have sets of books that you can take out. So if you've got you and 11 friends and want to have your own little book club, they actually have sets of 12 books that you could borrow from the library so you could have your own book club at home. So I thought that was pretty interesting. So, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to make an announcement that the Innisfil Sustainability Committee had its first meeting last week, and it was really quite impressive to see the quality of residents we have in terms of the skill sets that they have. So I'm really impressed with the committee that we have. Looking forward to our next meeting, which will be the first week of August, when we have our new staff person. Director Lee was nice enough to make the first meeting and give the new committee an update in terms of where we're at around sustainability, where we're going. And they started asking some really good questions right from square one in terms of starting with our corporate sustainability plan and wanting to know what our objectives are, what are, all that kind of stuff. So they started asking some really good questions right away. So I look forward to it, and I think Innisfil will be well served by the committee.
Thank you so much, Councillor Waters. Anyone else? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. This week we had county before the big break, and one of the things that came up was the organics capture. We revisited the program to increase it and what it would take. We had a presentation given to county, and one of the things that stood out was if you're unsure how much agriculture affects the community around you, they made a statement that during the presentation of 1 bag of topsoil spread evenly over the soil over the year will be the equivalent of 30 kilometers of carbon reduced from the air by driving. That's just 1 bag can make that big a difference. So it was the one thing that we're looking at is removing as much waste as possible, organic waste from the collections. And they gave us numerous options on how to do this. And the last time it came up, it came down to, surveillance versus, people educating themselves and whatnot. It's the idea of confirming what we can get done. And we chose tentatively option 1. We didn't confirm it with the county yet. That will be brought up at the August 12th meeting. The idea of, there was like a heavy debate, it was almost an hour over punitive measures versus education. The idea being that if we put out the green bin with the garbage bin, that if the green bin isn't there, it does not get picked up. So it's the idea of showing people how simple it is just to put your organics. When they broke it down and did the survey, they found that 23% of people compost in their backyard. But at the same time, you got to realize that there's certain elements that can't go into it. Bones, for example, are not, and yard waste is not. But if you put in the green bin for the county, boom, off it goes. 71% of the people that took the survey put their organics in the trash. Why? They never thought about it. They don't care. They're just putting it out. So I mean, there's other reasons on top of that. But the big debate was not so much the idea of when you get it out, but how you approach people to get it. Are we looking at educating them? Are we looking at incentivizing it? Are we looking at, if your garbage bin isn't out with your green bin, sorry, you're out of luck, and there you go. You missed the pickup for the week. That was a big thing. So we're going to be talking about it with the community. Mayor Dolan suggested we defer it, so we didn't confirm it and put it right into play that day to push it through. So we have some time until the August meeting to speak with the residents and see what their thoughts are on the matter. More importantly, more locally, there's been a lot of talk recently about Big Bay Point and 20th Side Road. With the Traffic Safety Committee meeting, we sat there and there's been a lot of talk. So we're putting in interim signalization. The committee wanted to put forth interim signalization at a cost of $200,000. And during that meeting, the debate was amongst the committee was that, there's going to be people getting upset and frustrated, but they're already frustrated enough. Councillor Saunders has been on this for a while now, and the committee's been on it now, and we finally made a decision to say that, put it in as a temporary measure and not wait till 2028. We can take out the interim signals, and then at that particular point in time, move forward with the proper signals. Thank you.
Thank you. That item's on the agenda tonight, so we can deal with it when that comes up, in that report comes up. Other people have items on the agenda that they want to talk about. So I'm just going to quickly mention also at the county, there's a service delivery review. County Council Transit Planning Workshop is happening. Actually, I think the last public meeting was tonight, but there'll be more public meetings in January. There's a community survey open until July the 4th, and you can get that at simcoe.ca/transit. And also, final recommendations will come to the county sometime in April of 2026. Other than that, I attended an Association of Municipalities of Ontario meeting hosted in Kitchener by the Secretary-Treasurer last week. Basically, anything that you can think of that is challenging municipalities was on the agenda. And but one of the things that we learned is that the executive director has been with us for 6 years, is going to be retiring. Brian Rosborough is retiring. We have succession planning in there, and looking forward to final planning preparation for the conference in August. And that's it for me. So now we'll go straight to the consent agenda. And anyone who hasn't been here before, it's kind of like a bingo game at first. We read out all of the items, and there's a staff recommendation attached to them, which has been on the website for a week. If council is happy with that staff recommendation, it'll go through a confirmatory bylaw and be confirmed at the end of the meeting. If council wants to debate further or change a recommendation, we'll pull that to committee of the whole to have a more fulsome discussion. So we'll start with item A1, adoption of the special meeting minutes from June 4th. A2, the special council meeting minutes from June 11th. A3, the council meeting minutes dated June 11th. The summary of the Innisfil Accessibility Advisory Committee meeting. The summary of the Innisfil Sustainability Advisory Committee meeting. Congratulations. The Traffic Safety Advisory Committee. Councillor Drodge.
I'd like to pull that to committee of the whole, please.
Thank you. C1, the South Simcoe Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. C2, the Utilities Review, Shareholders' Declarations and Corporate Bylaws. I just want to give a shout out to CEO Oliver Gershow for doing all the heavy lifting with the board recruitment and getting some new and really talented folks on our municipal services corporations. So thank you for that. C3, the short-term accommodation update. Are you going to pull that, Deputy? Okay. Thank you. C4, the Town of Innisfil Official Plan Review Growth Options Report. Councillor Waters? And then C5, administration penalty bylaw and policies update for automated speed enforcement. Councillor Richardson?
I didn't want to pull it. I just wanted to kind of share a quick stat that I had got from the staff that that they are working. These cameras are working. So at the Anna Maria traffic safety camera that was there, right in front of Nantyre Shores, the traffic study that was done before showed that 85% of people were going 61 kilometers. By the end of it, it was 85% was down to 41 kilometers. Now it's gone up to 51, but we're still at least 10 kilometers slower than we were, which makes me feel better that our kids are at least 10 kilometers safer almost. Anyways, they are working and I think it's great and I appreciate all the work that they've done to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Richardson. C6, the Alcona Glen Elementary School Joint Use and Cost Share Agreement. Okay. C7, the Community Planning Permit System recommendation. So I'm going to ask a question if I could, and then if it develops into a bigger conversation, we can pull it to committee. So the comment about the one that was in process that for the changes that we heard in the delegation or the open forum about the 11 meters to 9 meters, it's how does that transition happen from the new CPPS to the old CPPS? I'm sorry, old CPPS to the new CPPS.
Through you, Mayor Dolan. So I believe the deputation haven't yet made an application, so there is a caveat there. However, in general terms, if there is a active, complete application today or before it's in effect, there's a provision that would allow them to continue under the old rules and under the old CPPS shoreline bylaw, and they would be able to continue through their building permit. So for active applications, the transition applies. However, if an application hasn't been made, so let's say they've done a pre-consultation but have not submitted an application, there would not be transition and they would have to file a permit under the new bylaw, provided it's in effect.
Okay, so we don't have a week of grace or anything like that we can do. Okay, all right, thank you for that. I was under the impression that the application was made, which is why I asked the question. Thank you. Any other questions on the CPPS? Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a point of clarification on page 14 and 15 around community benefits and how they're not, that we don't have community benefits under, but there is a different way of how we assess that. Could you just clarify how that works? Thank you.
General Manager Carrera.
Through Mayor Dolan to Councillor Waters. So under the current site plan control model, there is a CBC charge bylaw that's been passed by council, and so if there was a development with 5 or more stories and 10 or more units today, it would be subject to the CBC charge. Where you pass a CPPS, the CBC bylaw no longer applies. However, the report does speak to a fairly equivalent charge, FSM, facilities and matters that you can charge, and so that would apply to those same projects. In terms of Alcona, being the geography of the CPPS amendment, it more or less applies along Innisfil Beach Road, where we do anticipate mid-rise development. It generally wouldn't apply, nor would the current CBC apply otherwise, generally.
Thank you. I just wanted that clarified.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions on that, we'll go to C8. That would be the official plan amendment OPPA. Councillor Drodge.
I'd like to pull that to committee of the whole, please.
Thank you. C9, the Hewitts Creek Drainage Works, Innisfil Beach Road realignment, final bylaw and costs. C10, 990 Arnold Street Class 1 variation to the community CPPS. C11, the 2025 asset management plan. Councillor Ices.
I'd like to refer that to committee, please.
C12, the San Diego 2 Phase 2B Stage 1 subdivision assumption. C13, the annual investment report and review of investment policy statement. Deputy Mayor.
I'd like to pull that. I have a few questions.
E1, assumption of Benson Street. E2, the appointment of our new Deputy Chief of Police. Deputy Fire Chief, sorry. It's been a long night already. And I understand that Deputy Chief Lamoureux is maybe still online, although he's maybe gotten tired of waiting for us to get to him. Oh, there he is. Welcome to Innisfil. We're looking forward to having you come up here. And if you'd like to say a few words, please, by all means.
Thank you, Your Worship. Very much appreciated to you and all members of council. Thanks for having me this evening. I'm extremely grateful for the opportunity and very much looking forward to joining the leadership team at Innisfil Fire and to join the town. Very exciting with the number of things going on there. It's an honor truly to be part of it, and I really look forward to the opportunity and to working with the staff and council.
Thank you very much. And I will have to reach out to my colleagues in Welland and tell them I'm sorry.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
I just wanted to give a greeting as well. I've been doing the research of your history and your work history and seeing the things you've done. And I agree with the mayor that, Welland's loss is our gain. And I learned that you speak multiple languages, so I just wanted to greet you with a proper message. Bienvenue à Innisfil. Puissiez-vous trouver des racines ici et ne jamais voulu partir. Basically, I'm telling him that may he find roots here and never wish to leave, considering the quality that we have here. Thank you.
Well, I think he'd have to interpret that accent, but anyway, that's all. Thank you so much for being with us tonight.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, thank you to the Deputy Mayor. Merci beaucoup. C'est un honneur travailler avec vous ici à Innisfil. I just said it's an honor working here with you in Innisfil. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You as well.
F1, the 2025 noise exemption request from Friday Harbor. Councilor Richardson.
I don't need to pull it. I just wanted to make a comment that I hope that Friday Harbor remembers that people will have to work the next day, and so that at 11 sharp we're done with the noise, so that it's not disturbing those who have to get up the next morning.
Thank you. G1, this is correspondence for information. We have the meeting highlights from the County of Simcoe. We have the National Drowning Prevention Week proclamation. We have the Indian Independence Day. We have the Fiert Simcoe Pride. Seeing none of those, we have no motion for which notice has been given. And item 9 is our consent list. So we will have our consent list recommendation with the items that we've pulled. If it helps, I have B3, C3. Oh, getting the screens. Okay, all right. Thank you very much. A mover and a seconder, please, for the consent list recommendation. Councillor Richardson and Councillor Zanella, all those in favor? That is carried. Next, resolve to committee the whole, please, moved by Councillor Saunders, seconded by Councillor Constantine. All those in favor? That is carried. And our first item was Councillor Drodge, B3.
Thank you, Your Worship. My seconder is Councillor Saunders.
Ms. Toma?
Thank you. Through the chair. Councillor Saunders, did you wish to have the revised recommendation on the screen?
Yes, please.
Sorry, Councillor Drodge.
Yes, please.
Got the
Thank you. So the recommendation has been revised. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Drudge?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, just basically, I'll let Councillor Saunders explain why this is such a great thing happening right now. I just basically wanted to pull it so that we could use the design costs to be funded through the 2025 TSAC budget, just to keep the process moving so that the signalization goes in sooner.
Thank you. Councillor Saunders.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say that I've been working on this since I came on council in 2022. So just as the population increases in Innisfil and the traffic to and from Friday Harbor has made the intersection at Big Bay Point and the 20th Side Road a major area for car accidents. Last year there was 13. So far this year there's been 7. It's been, we as councillors have a due of care to the residents to do what we can do to save the town from a possible lawsuit occurring from future accidents and protecting our residents. Now, no one has been seriously injured, but last week a young woman with her baby, their car was totaled at that intersection. So like I said, we've been working on this, and I want to thank the mayor and Councillor Drudge for helping me push this through. Like they said, the funds will be coming through the TSAC budget for 2025, so that means it'll be done this year. And all the, hopefully they were told that the extra lights and that will be reused when that subdivision, that corner gets done in 2028 for when it gets the major rehaul. So I just want to make sure that that council approves this. We just want to make sure that it comes through now instead of bringing it back in the fall as items when we can just approve it today. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Saunders. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor of the recommendation that has been revised? That is carried. Next, we'll go to item C3, which is the short-term accommodation update. Question, do you have a seconder and questions?
Sorry, I thought it was my understanding that it was pulled by Councillor Waters. Are you seconding it, or would you like to pull it? Okay, thank you. Right? I'm looking at the short-term accommodation update, and I want to say a thank you to our bylaw teams. Like, to go some of these trouble houses that we have, to go in the middle, like at late night when people are clearly intoxicated or they're aggressive or whatever, it takes a lot, and I want them to know it's appreciated. However, they've used the right tools already. They've been setting fines and talking to people. They've got it down by over a factor of 7, which is like from 53 down to 7, which is incredible. I think that's shows the effort they've been putting in. However, the one thing I want to do is, if this is going to come through and we want a license, I want to put an AMP process in play for this. Other towns have done it. It's clearly in the report. Let's give it some teeth. Let's make people understand that it's not just a demerit point or, oh, we're going to take away a listing. We're going to hit you in the pocketbook. And if it's a continual thing every night, as they've stated in the report, they've done multiple times, hit them again and again and again and again until they realize that if you're going to be coming up to Innisfil, you have to respect the residents and the land you're coming to. So, I mean, moving forward, I'm asking if staff is going to come back to council with a report that the administrative monetary policy be included as a key factor in it, and something that we can do with maybe even potentially escalating fines for repeat offenders, please.
Director Lee.
Thank you, Mayor Dolan. So given the town does have the administrative penalty system, APS, it's obviously something we would be looking to bring forward as part of the licensing program. And should council provide the direction for what's identified in the staff report, that would be part of what we would come back in the fall after we do the consultation.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Richardson and Councillor Waters.
So in May, we went to the county council conference, and one of the sessions that I went to was about the Airbnbs, and I believe it was Tiny, I think, that did the presentation, and they had talked about this this plan, and one of the things that I took away that I really liked was that when they revamped their plan type of thing, they changed it so that you couldn't have two Airbnbs within 700 meters of each other. I forget what the distance was. I think that's what it was. Anyways, and so what they explained was that that really did help to weed out the bad actors, so to speak, because if you got the fine, then you would lose your spot because there's always somebody on the list to be in that within that 700 meters. So that way it did really help to make sure that people were more following the rules and making sure that they were following what the licensing did agree, like what the agreement was. So I hope that that's on the plan as well, as I think that's a great tool to utilize as well.
Thank you for that. Councillor Waters.
Just a question that if we go with licensing, we're basically not going to eliminate ghost hotels. Is that we're just going to be licensing them? Is that correct?
Director Lee.
Thank you, Mayor Dolan. Through to Councillor Waters. We will be defining what a short-term accommodation is in terms of the minimum, maximum stays, whether they need to be at the property, there'd be a responsible person. So if they were looking to run as a ghost hotel, there still has to be a responsible person that's acting within an immediate period of time to address any compliance issues, which gets to the challenges many municipalities have had with ghost hotels.
Thank you.
Thank you. As I've said many times before, we all want to be in the same place. It's just how do you get there? And we've had extensive consultation with municipalities all across Canada and we haven't found one successful deterrent other than licensing. Because if you give something to somebody, you can take it away. So if they're given a license, they misbehave, the license pulled away, and they can no longer operate. But if the trouble is trying to work through existing bylaws for Airbnbs and that don't have the teeth in them that a licensing bylaw does. Having said that, this isn't saying that's where we're going. This is saying we're going to continue down this road. We're going to consult greater. I did have extensive conversations, well, not extensive, but I've spoke to Dr. Geller a few times, who you'll recognize was one of the people who has been impacted by this. He was going to delegate tonight, but when I told him how long the agenda was going to be, he asked if maybe I would bring forward his comments, so I'm going to. He wonders if it's just a bit premature at this time. He speaks to the Tiny Township bylaw, which has been under appeal. It's been appealed again, but my understanding is that appeal is very scoped. It's just whether it followed the legal process properly. Ormadante has finally come to a conclusion, and they're drafting a licensing bylaw right now. And as you know, Ormadante was ground zero for Airbnb or for short-term accommodations, and they've spent, I want to say $1 million or more on this one issue. And then community consultation, he asked about whether or not we should wait for the outcomes of those other two before doing the consultation. And then he talks about STAs being masqueraded as Airbnbs. I think that if we do it kind of late summer, early fall, we will end up with a decision at least on the one item, and we'll be able to at least go out and hear what the residents think about the licensing. But I've yet to find, I have another anti-licensing person who keeps phoning me and saying, well, the Burlington did this and they figured it out, and Thornbury did that. So I phoned the mayor of Thornbury, I phoned the mayor of Burlington, and they're like, oh no, we're licensing. So I haven't found any other answer. If there's a better idea out there, if there's a better way to build this, happy to hear it. It's just, as of yet, nobody, at least in Canada, has figured it out. Councillor Ices.
Thank you, Worship. I guess what I read in the report, it's encouraging that the complaint levels have dropped. As the deputy has said, kudos to bylaw for getting those complaints lowered. I guess I would maybe speak a voice of caution on the timeline just because of all these legal unknowns. The second bullet on the motion talks about public information session through the summer. I'm just curious about, does it have to be then? Are we on a timeline? Will we get more feedback if it's after summer when people are more engaged? Just a question on that point.
Through you, Mayor Dolan, to Councillor Ices. The summer was put in there because obviously we have some residents that are still seasonal, so want to ensure that they have the opportunity when they're at their cottages, if this is an issue, that they're able to provide comments. I think it could be late summer, fall, and we would just ensure that there is information shared so that they would have, they can be hybrid communications or just written communications to ensure they're part of that process. So nothing from a staff perspective that says it has to be done in the summer. We've got lots of other projects to work on too.
Great. Thank you for that.
Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Your Worship. One of the other issues that I'm not too sure whether or not the way we're going is going to answer, but the issue around short-term accommodations and the effect it has on affordable homes and the housing stock that we have. That was one of the biggest issues in Spain, and they outlawed Airbnbs completely because people who work there in the tourist industry just couldn't find a place because everything was being rented out. So is there anything that we're going to be doing that addresses that issue around affordability, homes for just everyone else, so that we don't eat away at that housing stock? Thank you.
Director Lee.
Thank you, Mayor Dolan. Through to Councillor Waters. The consulting team on the official plan review had already completed the draft affordable housing strategy. So we have identified a number of areas where there are some gaps in terms of the type of housing stock we're providing, and we're going to be looking at the strategies of how to implement that. Certainly through that process, as we bring that forward to council for finalization with the official plan, we can be looking at the impacts of short-term accommodation. It hasn't been as significant an issue currently in Innisfil, but I think we want to be mindful it has been in other jurisdictions. Certainly where there's more limited rental stock overall, it does cause those affordable challenges. So we will certainly continue to look at that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And there is other jurisdictions that have very much limited them, including British Columbia. However, it would be wonderful if the province would make the rules. Even the companies, the Verbos and the Airbnbs, they want one model, a standardized model, standardized licensing regime, instead of like 444 different licensing regimes in each municipality. But we haven't been able to get the province to take that on. And we have definitely brought up with Minister Flack the issue around this taking up housing stock. But I think a lot of it boils down to two. The very first report we got was that out of I think there was 200 or 300 Airbnb or rental properties in Innisfil, there was 20 we got complaints about. So, and I think there was one person who owned about 4 or 5 of those. So if you do get rid of the bad apples, then perhaps it is doable without licensing, but I still think in case it does flare up again, we should still look into this, and until there's a better option come along to regulate. I'm seeing no other hands, so I just would ask, we can, summer with quotes on it, maybe the provincial government, they'll say late summer, we'll get it in December, so maybe, maybe summer means late summer, if we're under that understanding. All those in favor of the recommendation? That is carried. Next is item C4, and Councillor Waters, you pulled.
Yeah, Deputy Mayor's going to second me on this. I just thought this is why everyone's here tonight. So I just thought I would pull it to give people an opportunity to speak to it. I have my own questions around option 1 and option 2. So I'll just start off generally because it's a question that was asked earlier amongst several council members. Why wouldn't we just, since under the mandatory conditions there was lots of properties, why wouldn't we just say yes to all of them? Just
Director Lee?
I know the answer, but I just thought, you know, that question gets asked all the time. And there are several consultants here who want us to do that. But just for clarity, if you wouldn't mind eloquently telling us why not?
Thank you, Mayor Dolan, through to Councillor Waters. So through the staff report, we have spoken to sort of the mandatory criteria for evaluation of all of the requests that were received. And we've also spoken to, you know, those interpretive criteria, things that are sort of the second phase of the review. I think where we started, Councillor Waters, was the number of requests that we actually received overall in terms of through the county's process and through our process. They total about 2,200 hectares, and currently through the county's process, it's been, and the land needs assessment, we need about 107 hectares of land. Now that is slightly different because with the new provincial policy statement, the Orbit MZO is excluded, so that is additional land that would be factored in. But we don't need all of the requests that are identified. And so when we start to look at the mandatory criteria which align with the provincial planning statement, there are specific requirements in the provincial planning statement of what needs to be considered when you're looking at settlement area boundary expansions. And so when we start looking at those mandatory requirements, one of the key ones is that there's a need for the lands. And the second one is that there is servicing capacity, either existing or planned infrastructure for that. And when we start to look at those two components, with the population plan for Innisfil that would take us to 84,450 to 2051, which is a doubling of the population, or almost, we don't need 2,200 hectares of land to accomplish that. We also don't have servicing capacity for all of that. And so that's part of the challenge of going through the mandatory requirements is staff are making recommendations to council on areas that should be excluded based on that mandatory requirement because we can't service those areas. They're not, so they don't meet that provincial policy statement requirement. And so that's what we've tried to reflect through the analysis that's been provided by staff and the consulting team in the very long report that's come before you, Councillor Waters.
Thank you. The other question I have is around option 1 and option 2. You're recommending option 2. I think the original MCR process was kind of recommending option 1 was North Alcona 11A. Did that original MCR include 11B and 50?
Through you, Mayor Dolan, to Councillor Waters. So the official plan amendment for Alcona North originally did include both 11A and 11B, and then it was scoped through the review process. A final decision was never made, but 11B was removed within that process.
Okay, so my question is are we eliminating 11B to allow for development in Stroud? And why are we doing that?
So if I can, Mayor Dolan through to Councillor Waters, essentially we've started from the premise that under the provincial policy statement, we can continue to rely on the best available numbers to the municipality, which are the county numbers, the land needs numbers of that 107 hectares. And so if we go from that premise of that's how much land we need for community purposes, and we then tie that to what the in-services master servicing plan spoke to of what we can actually service, we can't accommodate all of those lands, both in Stroud and Alcona, with current and planned infrastructure. So that's where we start to limit some of the lands. If we're looking at both settlement areas, which is staff's recommendation, we should be servicing both and allowing growth in both communities because they will provide different forms of housing. But we can't accommodate all of the lands that are identified in both.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Worship. I have a laundry list of issues with option number 2. And as much as I can understand the long-term goal, there is an immediate need right now for housing. Let's start off with, there's no servicing for Stroud. And Danny Purcell was here earlier tonight. He said it won't be till 2029 before we get it even up there. So having the need for houses over the next 4 years, saying, well, we can start building 4 years from now because the servicing is there, that doesn't sit right with me. Second of all, if you take a look at what happened with Innisfil Beach Road, there was a major issue with the contractor that delayed it for 2 to 3 years, and COVID played a big part, and I understand that, but everything was put on hold until that was settled. And it became a major issue and a black eye on the town. So to say that, well, we'll get servicing, to put servicing in, pave the road, and have the county come up and tear up the road a second time if things don't align or delay it, doesn't solve the issue with the housing that we have with the housing. Now, if you take a look at what we've been doing along Innisfil Beach Road, we've been doing intensification. We've been doing mixed use. We've been having stores underneath and offices and apartments above. We can do that here, and we can still continue to do this with Alcona because the servicing is right to the front door. It's literally right there. And we can continue on with the theme that we have and maintain it steadily through to build a central area of Innisfil, which I think is highly important. On top of that, the intensification, if we proceed down this path, it preserves our wetlands, it preserves our farmlands, it preserves our green spaces and our parks. Now, just to throw a general number out, Simcoe County from agritourism and agriculture alone gets $1.1 billion a year. So we're talking right now, hypothetically, in a rough round number, we're talking nearly $70 million of income created from agriculture and tourism. So the idea of having an idea that so far in the future, when we have the need now, when we have the ability now, when we have the connections now, it seems more appealing to me at least. And on top of that, if you take a look at our youth and the population density that's growing in Alcona, if you have a commercial industry that when the 9th line comes up, right, goes up to 20th Side Road, you can talk to that. It presents retail. It gets the ability for people who walk, who don't drive, who Uber, less of a cost to go to stores or find employment. We have the ability to create this centralized hub of Alcona and satisfy the need now versus the need 5 years from now if the county and the town align for the water sewer up to Stroud, which would unlock the lands.
Let me just go to Director Lee to give a quick, this is an official plan review. This isn't zoning, this isn't, if we pass this official plan review and approve it, it's years before that land is prepared enough for a shovel to go in the ground. This isn't about land that's already zoned like downtown Alcona, which is already zoned and ready to go. Anybody could have put a shovel in the ground once they do. But I'll let the planner explain it to you. Director Lee.
Thank you, Mayor Dolan. So essentially, the official plan review exercise that we're going through, we're trying to identify additional settlement area boundary lands to get us to 2051. So we're looking for another 30 years, essentially. And we review the official plan every 5 years because things will change. But we're looking to ensure that we have land available for that long-term horizon. And so the recommendation of staff is Alcona and Stroud to ensure that we can plan for the infrastructure in Stroud and that we have enough lands identified to make that servicing cost-effective, essentially, to ensure that we have affordable housing. So if we limit the amount of land in Stroud, the cost of providing the infrastructure and therefore the cost to the developer goes up and therefore the housing cost proceed. We do already have, and we submitted comments to the province, but we do have to prove to the province that we actually have a 3-year supply of land that is zoned and serviced, ready to go. And we do have those lands available within Alcona currently. So we've identified that within the data reporting that we have to do annually to the province. So that's already been accommodated. Assuming the housing market improves, we can continue to allow those forms of development to happen in Alcona. This is really focused on the longer term strategy.
Thank you. Yes, if the economy was better, you know, we've got the now that you're wanting would be there already because we've got all that planning in place. We've got the services in place for that. But this is more the long-term look, and I guess that was my next comment to you, Andrew. When I read the report, it was more like a big picture thing, and yet what I'm getting here today from delegations is very granular. And I just wonder if you could speak to that and next steps in the process.
Certainly, thank you, Mayor Dolan. So I'm actually going to highlight a couple of the sections in the staff report where we do talk about that in terms of what happens with the requests we received and where we're looking to go should the decision be made to agree with the approach that staff have identified. Essentially, on page 8 of the report, we do talk about the next steps for consideration of the SABE request. And we did identify, regardless of whether it's option 1 or option 2, that in fact there is still additional work that needs to be done, both in terms of a fiscal impact analysis that really evaluates the operating costs, the revenue in terms of those boundary expansions, and are they actually viable? And so that would be part of a future report back to council, and that we would also need to, in both settlement areas, but more specifically a number of the Stroud lands, we also have to do an agricultural impact assessment, and that's one of the provincial planning statement requirements is you have to ensure that if you're expanding a settlement boundary, that you've looked at all options for prime agricultural lands and you've sort of prioritized where the land expansion is occurring on the least viable agricultural land. So we do have to complete that agricultural assessment. So those are two of the components that we would be reviewing. And then essentially staff and the consulting team would be looking to work towards the first draft of the official plan that would identify designations and settlement boundary expansions. That would be subject to community consultation in the fall. And ultimately, council doesn't make final decisions on the official plan document until the end of the year is the way the work program is proceeding. So you're going to continue to hear from people you've heard from tonight or others as we go through the actual formal public consultation, public meeting process in the future. In terms of really where is staff looking today, I mean, the recommendation that's in the staff report is that we're looking for council's guidance on, do you agree with either option 1 or option 2? You've heard delegations tonight that you should agree to both, that, you know, more lands are needed than what's being identified through the county lands assessment. we come back to those are the best numbers that we have available. And we recognize that other areas within Simcoe County have been advised to consider pausing their processes currently to wait for updated information on the Ministry of Finance numbers, which is what the new provincial planning statement speaks to. Those numbers currently are lower than what is in the county lands needs assessment than what we have allocated. So we want to continue down the process with the 84,450 that we have, because it's actually a benefit to us to start to plan and try and grow Innisfil as much as we can. If a different number comes out from the province as we're moving forward, we can continue to increase that number and look at the servicing to accommodate that. But we do have limitations on what we can actually service. So we would continue to look at those options. What we're essentially looking for is some guidance from council on, do you agree that you want all of the growth to go to Alcona? Do you want it split between Alcona and Stroud, because those are the two areas that really would benefit from expansion to the servicing? So it's helpful for staff if we can get some direction from council on that to continue to move the process forward.
Thank you. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Worship. I want to thank the director for justifying Stroud to me. And it was, having a certain amount of development to justify the infrastructure getting there. So that says it all to me. So you just convinced me on that piece. I think also it keeps Barrie at bay to allow that development to happen in Stroud. Otherwise, those developers are going to be suggesting that Barrie take it over. So I think if we can allow that development to happen, you've convinced me that option 2 is the better of the two, with that justification around infrastructure and making it cost effective. So thank you for that. I do have a question with the North Alcona development. Am I correct in stating that that development does not have allocation, and all allocation is spoken for with the new construction when that sewage treatment plant opens in 2027? So the development of the next expansion won't be finished until early 2030s, 2035. So that North Alcona development can't happen until they get allocation. So am I correct on that interpretation? Thank you.
Director Lee, can you answer that?
I can, Mayor Dolan, but I'm actually just trying to pull up a spreadsheet. So I will get an answer on that, Councillor Waters, because I just need to see. So in terms of the IDAG, or the Innisfil Developer Allocation Group, there are allocations identified for a number of developments. I just need to confirm that in fact those lands were given allocation through that or not. So I just would like to be accurate before I respond to Councillor Waters' question on that.
Thank you. So we'll go to Councillor Saunders and look at your answer, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Director Lee and I had a good conversation yesterday, and I'm just going to ask her the question I asked her yesterday. She touched about it on a little bit. I mean, I just want to do a little bit more. If one of these developers here is not included in option 2 in Alcona and Stroud, does that mean they're gone for good, or do they, as things evolve with the province and the county, they can be brought back into it, right?
Director Lee.
Thank you, Mayor Dolan. So essentially, Councillor Saunders, we're trying to work within the information we have at this point in time. We're trying to base it on the land needs assessment that the county has done as the best information we have available. We recognize the provincial policy statement does now speak to Minister of Finance, but it also has provisions in there that speak to continuing to be able to plan based on essentially the county's LNA numbers. And so that's what we're trying to do. The official plan is reviewed every 5 years. It's a requirement under the Planning Act. So we will continue to review, and if there is different information provided by the province, and the indication is there will be new guidelines on the Ministry of Finance numbers. We anticipate those will come out this year, but then how long is it going to take to figure out how those numbers and those guidelines get implemented, and how does that break down in Simcoe County between the varying municipalities? That's all going to take time. The province may be more specific. They may say to Innisfil, you get a population of X. If they're that specific, we'll then plan for that additional population. And then we would look at how we would have to collaborate within services on how do we identify if there are servicing solutions for those. We'd have to look at agricultural areas. We would go through the same process with additional requests that have come in. They need to be contiguous to existing settlement areas, so there are some of the requests that are not. They're in the middle of, they're not adjacent, and so we wouldn't consider those. But we would look at those that met that mandatory criteria if they hadn't been included, and how we would look to include them.
Thank you, and we've gone past the hour of closure, so I'm going to ask for a mover and a seconder to extend to, can we wrap up by 10:30, do we think? Let's say 11, and then we'll definitely be out of here by 10:30. Councillor Zanella and Councillor Richardson, all those in favor? I expected Councillor Constantine to vote no on that, but thank you very much, and sorry to interrupt the train of thought. Other questions or comments on this? Councillor Drodge.
Thank you, Worship. In retrospect to Innisfil Heights and the servicing up there, does option 2 affect that in any way?
Through you, Mayor Dolan. So in the staff report, we do actually speak to 2 other areas, Councillor Drodge. So we speak to both Innisfil Heights, and I'm just trying to find the specific page reference, if you bear with me a second. And I know I'm doing the staff report, and then the PDF online is actually longer than that. But within the staff report, on page 6 of 10 of the staff report, we do speak to Innisfil Heights specifically, in some lands that have been identified. And I think when I actually look at page 197, which is the very last page of the entire document, it would be Area A that we've identified adjacent to Innisfil Heights that should consider to be considered. And then at the 489, we've also identified lands as Area B that are in a red hatch pattern that should be considered for commercial uses as well.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? So just one, oh, sorry, go ahead, Alex.
Speaking of, thank you, Your Worship. Speaking of the Highway 89, we did have a delegation tonight about the lands on the north-west side. Is that part of what we're talking about here? Because it seems that we have development on 3 of the 4 corners, that allowing that development to go ahead would only round that opportunity out. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Dolan, to Councillor Waters. Those lands were not included in what's identified as Area B. I think it was noted by Mr. Persaud in the AGM previously, they are going through the Cookstown EA process, and there is a finite capacity of additional servicing that is available. We had identified as the town a specific increase in capacity that we'd be looking for in terms of the 489 corridor. And the lands that have been identified for commercial purposes are the limit of the capacity that would be available when that EA process is completed.
Thank you. Since we're allowing all sorts of development with their own water and septic system, would you not consider allowing it to happen under that circumstance?
Through you, Mayor Dolan, to Councillor Waters. So the circumstances where we've allowed that in Innisfil Heights, they're being done on a temporary basis until the servicing gets to Innisfil Heights, and then they're required to connect to that servicing. So it's a temporary, knowing that servicing will be available to them. In the case of Cookstown, we won't have capacity that we could actually provide servicing to all of the land, like anything beyond the lands we're identifying in the staff report.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Drodge.
Thanks, Your Worship. Just along the same lines, so I believe the casino that was going to be built there is also being adopted into that sanitary wastewater. We're allocated for that, and I believe Tanger also, which is currently on a septic system, is also planned to be put onto that sanitary system. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Dolan, to Councillor Drudge, that is correct. They are both reflected in the Area B that's in the staff report.
Thank you. And we had Mr. Panic here from In-Services, and we didn't give him any of the hard questions. You answered them all for him. So, but thank you for being here. So I just wanted to say, if we do, oh, sorry, go ahead, Director Lee.
Actually, if I can get back to Councillor Waters' other comment, and I pulled up my list, and then Mr. Panic actually confirmed for me as well that the Alcona North lands are not within the current IDAG allocations. So they would be in the next phase of allocation.
So that means we're not going to see any type of development there till 2030, 2035?
I'm going to hesitate on a timing because I believe Mr. Persaud spoke to 2028, 27, I believe, is when it may get completion, so 27, 28. But again, anything beyond that in the next phase, when do we start designing that will be based on, is there a need based on additional allocation being required? So to say it's 2030 or beyond, if there's enough need for it, they may have to start that process sooner. So it's hard to give a timeline, but it may be in that 2030 as what it is identified currently.
Okay, yeah, I just assumed that because the plant will not be ready till 2027, and that all that allocation is already spoken for with existing developers, Cortel and the rest of them, that design for the expanded past that is going to take a couple years, and then development is going to still another 3 years beyond that. So Alcona North is still a long ways away, is the way I look at it.
Mayor Dolan, through to Councillor Waters, I think the only thing would be if there is sufficient developer interest that warrants that expansion, the next expansion starting sooner, and there is financial dollars to start that process, In-Services may consider it. I'm not going to commit them to anything, but that would be what they'd have to look at.
Okay, thank you.
And they're nodding their head, so that's a good sign. Yeah, and things are changing so quickly in the world of planning for, like, something's coming down every day from the province, or it was until they rose for the summer. But there, are municipalities around us that are getting told to pause their and increase their numbers. And I guess, we've always been a growth-friendly municipality. We're happy to be a growth-friendly municipality, but it works both ways. You can't tell us to approve more land, approve more land, approve more land, and then people who move here, we say to them, don't get sick, don't have a baby, don't want your kid to go to school, because we don't have any of those things. We can build what we can build with our DCs. If we get to keep our DCs, we can build hockey rinks and libraries and fire halls, and we can do all those things, but we can't build hospitals and we can't build schools. So, and those are things that we need in our community if they want us to grow. So if I get one of those letters, that's going to be my response. Guarantee us you're going to give us the infrastructure that we need for a growing community, and we'll grow. Anyone else? Seeing none? Oh, go ahead, Councillor Waters.
One last question, and it has to do with another part of the report around commercial space availability. And so I was amazed at how little space we have available, and it has come up before, and I think the Outlet Mall has like 25% of the vacant space that we have available to us. So are there any types of tax incentives that the town could provide that would help encourage more commercial development in downtown Alcona. Is there anything else that we can do to encourage that? Because I know we have an apartment building that has some commercial on the bottom, which is going to be opening up, but I think we can accommodate a lot more. And is there anything that we can do to encourage that development for commercial space? Thank you.
Director Lee?
Thank you, Mayor Dolan. Through to Councillor Waters. I think there's a couple of things from the town's perspective. We're going through a community improvement plan process for Innisfil Heights. And so when we complete that process, it will identify the types of incentives that the municipality could consider in terms of attracting the right types of businesses to that area. There is a financial commitment, though, from the town because you're essentially offsetting some of the finances for the developer to entice them to come to Innisfil versus another community. I think the other thing that we're trying to do between the economic development team, the planning team, and other staff is we're trying to work with developers in terms of the needs that we're hearing about. So, as the economic development team is getting an interest from a business that wants to locate and they need X amount of square feet, we're trying to connect them with the developers that could have those mixed use developments. So we're trying to do more of that as well to, assure the developers that they actually have a willing tenant or occupant for if they're developing some of those spaces. The commercial needs assessment that was attached to the staff report, it does sort of recognize there are some unique markets. I mean, the Tanger outlet is a great example, but it draws a certain type of market to the area where there are other types of markets that certainly through our economic development team, we're hearing there's a need for larger space. Most of our spaces are 1,400 square feet, which doesn't necessarily accommodate larger businesses, medical practices, daycare. Like there's a number of uses that we are finding challenging to have the spaces. And so those are the things that are more local considerations that I think we need to continue to look at.
Thank you. I was mostly concerned with downtown Alcona in terms of trying to get more commercial space down there. And I've listened to Councillor Saunders talk about how expensive commercial space is, and small entrepreneurs just can't afford the prices per square foot that they're having to pay, and hence why it's difficult to get them there. So I thought if there was an opportunity to allow for some tax incentives and make some tax discounting for 5 years to allow them to get up and running, get their business started, and then they start paying the full taxes after that, whether or not that would encourage small business to start populating, the downtown area of Alcona and in other areas, Cookstown, those types of places, because I keep on hearing how expensive those type of spaces are. So for startups. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments on this item? So the recommendation is on the screen. All those in favor of it? That's carried. Next is item C8, and that's Councillor Drodge.
Thanks, Your Worship. Councillor Waters, actually, is my seconder. This is a question for staff. So I know we changed our policy about water, wastewater, specifically water. We currently passed a policy that we could refuse to hook up to town water at this time. Is that correct? But we would be forced to hook up to sanitary if it came by your home?
Director Lee, or is that fair to ask you that? Our policy currently is that you don't have to hook up, but I will.
I currently think that's only for water, not wastewater.
I think I'm going to have to look at that, Councillor Drodge, before I give you an answer to confirm.
I'm going to go to Treasurer Webb.
Through your worship, the policy is for both water and wastewater.
So if wastewater were to travel down past your home currently, you would not have to hook up to it?
Yeah, it's the same provisions. The policy applies to both of those services equally. Unless, I mean, there's only, I think the policy does speak to unless there was situation where staff would be recommending that it's mandatory, and that might be like for health reasons or environmental reasons, but other than that, it is not mandatory.
Okay, that's news to me, thank you. I guess, well, I pull this basically simply because to have a project of 45 homes on a septic system when sanitary could be brought there by the developer at a future date, and they're openly admitting that they later want to do a further project where that would be serviced by sanitary. I would simply say that, you know, to wait for the entire project to happen would be probably good planning. And secondly, I do believe that the density that they're trying to achieve at this location is a bit high. It doesn't really fit with the properties that, you know, are currently in Churchill. For those two reasons, I couldn't support this project at this time.
Thank you. Councillor Fowler, or Deputy Mayor Fowler.
Thank you, Worship. I'm going to mirror Councillor Drodge's words. I think this is a reach a little too far. The density, it doesn't fit. If it was smaller, then we could possibly discuss it, but to have that many people on a septic system in an area where it doesn't fit with the overall geography of the community, just the mentality just to put it in and hopefully, you know, when it comes in, then we can connect. It doesn't feel right. And the people who live in the area have expressed the fact that it doesn't feel right. And without the servicing, to me, on septic, it doesn't feel right. So we stated it here. I agree with Councillor Drodge. I can't support this.
Councillor Waters?
The client did mention that they would entertain the idea of helping to pay for sewers and water in terms of front end that piece if the other part of the land that they were looking for was included in the settlement boundary. So would it be better to defer this item as opposed to turning it down to allow those conversations to happen in terms of what are the timelines in terms of that type of infrastructure happening, so that we're not having to put the residents in a situation where I've got septic, now I have sewer and water coming down the street, and obviously I don't have to pay for it right now, but it just seems to be better planning if we can get the infrastructure in there and then the houses to follow that seems to be a better planning process. So if we deferred it, would it be given opportunity to allow that conversation to happen? Just a question.
Go ahead. Mr.
Through
Burr.
Mayor Dolan to Councillor Waters. So I mean, the previous matter that we just dealt with does not recommend to proceed further with the settlement area boundary request for the balance of the lands. There's nothing preventing them from making a future application, but ultimately the report before council is for a portion of the subject lands. So of the 40 hectares, plus or minus, it's about 8 hectares that is being sought for a zoning bylaw amendment approval tonight. Historically, I'll just remind council, there's been some recognition in the official plan since going back to 1993 that a portion of this property has been designated for some residential development. The official plan policy, let me just find the exact reference, it's in section 10, does speak to the fact that the density should be confirmed by hydrogeological study and detailed engineering review that has happened between our NVCA support as well as peer review and engineering staff. So the current official plan does permit some level of residential development. It's a matter of what does the hydrogeological and sort of the science of the land, what could that facilitate or maintain? So the staff report does speak to that analysis, which does provide for the 45 lots to be appropriate from a hydrogeological perspective and impact on sort of the wells. On the basis that we probably are not in position to proceed further with the settlement area boundary expansion, I don't know that deferring would really change anything.
Where my mind goes on this is about density. So I often get people tell me that they want servicing, they want water and sewer, and the first thing I say to them is be careful what you wish for. Because the reason that homes are built the way homes are in Churchill is because they were on well and septic, or, you know, now some of them are on water. But the minute you get full servicing into a community, you're getting density, and lots of it. Not 45 homes on this piece of property. If water and sewer were available on this property, it would be 345 homes, not 45 homes. So I guess the question is, do you take the devil you know or the devil you don't? Do you take the 45 homes on the septic, or do you say no to that, go to the OLT, which is where it will go because they've got the justification for it, or nothing gets built there now, pipe comes down the road, and then you get massive development. So that's where my mind is going, which is better for the community now? Is it the 45 homes, or is it leaving it vacant and then having it massive density when the pipe gets there? Deputy?
Thank you, Your Worship. To say that 45 is acceptable now until the pipe comes along, that doesn't mean that more houses can't be built in the second phase or the third phase that is projected out this way. I think it's just, you're saying the devil you know. Well, if it's going to be that we say yes to that and then the company wants to expand and the developer wants to expand further onto the land, we've already established that that's acceptable, so we can just add more. I just, again, it comes down to the fact that this is an overreach. It's not in an appropriate manner, and if we get the water sewer down at that point, that could be 10, 15 years down the road, so the whole landscape could change at that particular point in time. I mean, I would rather say, for example, come back to us with something that's more feasible to the environment. Come back to us with something that has more of an ability to blend in with the fabric of the community. To say this is not a yes to me. No matter what it is, it's just not a yes. And if they get the water sewer, like I said, that could happen 15 years down the road, and we've seen how Innisfil's changed over the past 15 years. It's just going to keep changing, and it's going to grow. So at this point in time, at this moment, it doesn't fit in with the fabric of the community. It doesn't have the right servicing. It doesn't. It's just no.
Councillor Ices?
Thank you, Worship. So I've been listening, and I have feelings about this as well. It's farmland. It's got some history behind it. But the reality of it is it's in a settlement area. So, a few councillors have spoke that they won't support it because of the feeling, but staff has said it qualifies. So if we turn it down, we will lose. I guess I'm torn because the developers presented that they want the settlement expansion under the guise of, if you give us the settlement expansion, we'll bring services in. And services are better in a lot of ways. So I guess my question would be to the developer, I don't know if he can answer it, if we gave them the 8 hectares, which I think council can do as a settlement expansion, does that mean they're going to put the services in? And is that better? Because then that changes what the proposal is. Is that the request that the developer is asking for? If we give them the settlement area expansion, are they going to put services in the whole piece? And then we're not talking about septics are in, now we are asking them to change or not. I guess that's my question.
Director Lee, it's a bit of a guess, but my guess would be if you said here, put in this piece and wait and develop the whole thing on full service, the density is going to make the 45 homes look like nothing. That would be my guess, but I'm going to go ahead then, Councillor.
Then I know the question's a little hard to answer, but I guess that leads me to, as council, we don't have a lot of choice. Because if we turn this down, it's going to be approved at LPAT because it qualifies. It's in the settlement area. That's my point.
Director Lee? Sorry, Mr. Correa.
Just wanted to make one point of clarification. The balance of the lands that are outside of the current settlement are actually the majority of the lands. So the subject application is 7.23 hectares, whereas the balance of the lands, including that, is 40. And so it's actually the settlement area boundary expansion request, which is the much larger ask. And from what I understand from the MSP process, it's been identified as a local improvement project. It simply wouldn't be feasible unless those lands are brought in. But the application before council today is for the 7.23 hectares that is within the settlement. So I just wanted to clarify that.
And in your professional opinion, Mr. Carrera, if those 7 point whatever hectares were serviced with water and sewer, what type of density do you think would be on that property?
Through your Mayor Dolan, it's hard to give you an exact number, but I would anticipate they would look for an increase in density.
Councillor Drodge. And
Thank you, Your Worship. I struggle with if it went to the tribunal that they would just win hands down. Like they are asking for a density from 2.5 units per hectare to 7.8 units per hectare. So I think if we said no and they fought us, they're going to get their 2.5 units per hectare because that's what the settlement area calls for. That is our standard. They're asking for 7.8 units per hectare. So I would argue that they're going to get exactly what they're looking for. And I think the biggest issue we're having here tonight is the fact that they have so many homes on such a small property. So I simply still state that the current plan in front of us, I do not support. That's not saying that if they want to come back with a different plan with lesser units that fit more along the 2.5 units per hectare, then we might not have a different conversation. But as it stands right now, I can't support this recommendation.
Councillor Ices.
Thank you, Your Worship. To Councillor Drodge, through the chair, that would mean that we would have to find other experts to prove what you're saying at that tribunal. And I'm just curious on staff's comment on that. Is that, and maybe they can't, because we have that density in our bylaws, how, in the tribunal's history, how firm do they hold those numbers when those cases come up?
Through you, Mayor Dolan, to Councillor Ices, it is a hard question to answer because every case before the tribunal will be different. I think it would depend how it's framed at the tribunal in terms of what the town policies currently allow for and what is the provincial direction, and whether, increasing from the 2.5 to the 7, and I'm going to get the number wrong, but the 7.5, does that line up with provincial planning statement, notwithstanding the town official plan? So that's kind of what would be at the tribunal. It's hard to say how that aligns with other cases in other municipalities because they would all be slightly different.
Okay, so we will take the vote. I will say that it does put us in an awkward position. We have our own planners who are recommending it be approved. So if it goes to the tribunal, we have to hire, as Councillor Icy said, external planners to, if we can find one that will defend our position, council's position, and our planners will be called up as witnesses for the developer. So before everybody gets mad at the planners, they are required under their designation to do what they feel is best in good planning. Politicians cannot tell the planners how they should rule or what they should recommend on different areas. So that's the position we're in. Councillor Drudge, so you've got the original recommendation up there, so you can leave it up there and just vote against it, or you can revise it to something that you think you would vote in favor of, or those are your options.
I'd like to vote on the current recommendation.
Okay.
And actually, I'd like a recorded vote on it, please.
Recorded vote, okay. Any other questions or comments before we go to the recorded vote?
Okay, recorded votes are done in a randomized fashion. Councillor Constantine? Correct.
Is this a staff? Yes.
Councillor Droge? No. Councillor Saunders?
Yes.
Councillor Richardson?
Yes.
Councillor Waters?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Fowler?
Against.
Councillor Ices?
No.
Mayor Dolan?
In favor.
Councillor Zanella?
Yes.
The motion carries with 5 in favor.
Thank you. So does that conclude our items? No, we have asset management plan, and that was pulled by Councillor Ices.
Thank you, Worship. Councillor Saunders is my seconder. So I pulled this item just because of the amount of information that's in it, and it speaks to the capital assets of the town. I know it's been a long night, so I'll try not to drag it out too long, but I guess just in light of some of the challenges that we've had over keeping up our capital assets, because as council, we only have so much resources to work with, and so this definitely isn't a discussion against staff if some of our capital assets are getting behind. It's more reflected of the choices that we make. So the one that I was going to highlight, in the report, it talks about the different categories: transportation, stormwater, community spaces, municipal fleet, etc. And yeah, that's it. I think as a town, our facilities are top notch. We have a lot of pride in them, and that's recognized when we look at other places. Our libraries, our arenas, they're all very Very good. I guess always the challenge is when it comes to roads, and I guess that's where I wanted to focus on a little bit. I had some discussion with Ms. Bowman on this, and it's how, if we look at our roads in the report, it talks about them being good, but it also talks about different rankings and how do we keep our resources ahead of the needs of the roads. So with that, some of that discussion, I guess, in the report, it talks about how often we do assessments on the roads, and that was, currently it's every 5 years, and I think the report talked about how we were going to improve on some of those metrics and use our capital expenses to improve things. So I don't know if that's a bit of an overview of what I was thinking about when I read that report. So maybe if I can ask staff then about how things are changing as we go through the different roads and analyze the needs that we see in the town.
Would that be Director Lee?
Thank you, Mayor Dolan. Thank you for the question, Councillor Ices. So essentially, as you've noted, and as the asset management plan notes, we do complete a roads needs study every 5 years. And the last one was done about 1.5 years ago. And so we look at that information, and it looks at a specific metrics to analyze, the state of all the current roads, and we obviously have a number of roads. But what we're finding is that as the operations team is out and about looking, some of the roads may be deteriorating sooner than that roads need study may have identified. And so we're finding that through the process, we're actually having to supplement and do some further analysis. And so those are some of the recommendations that we have seen in terms of, not just relying on the pavement condition index in terms of the road's needs, but also looking at the traffic data in terms of what is the level of use of that particular road and how are we seeing it deteriorate over time, and reanalyzing in the future what that looks like, potentially then doing the roads needs study earlier, so more frequently. Other municipalities have done that, but there's a cost to do that. And, if we're not going to have the monies to invest more in roads, there may not be benefit in doing the study more frequently. But there are a number of those factors that we're looking at in terms of how we currently prioritize based on that road needs study and the on-site work that happens annually.
Thank you for that. I guess one of the tables that I looked at was the table 5.4, where it talked about how many kilometers of road were in good, very good, fair, poor, and very poor condition. And if you break out the fair and lower, it's 36% of our roads are fair, poor, or very poor. And I'm not sure if there's a way to, move those categories up and still without incurring huge capital costs. Like, as a taxpayer, as a driver, there's not a lot of difference between a good and a very good road, but there's probably a difference between, a fair, a poor, and the very poor and poor are the ones that that we're trying to improve upon. So just to comment on some of the statistics there that show, overall our roads are good, But if we look at it in that way, then maybe there's a way we can bring those other levels up a little bit.
Mayor Dolan, through you to Councillor Ices, and I think you spoke to it in some of your question and comment. Essentially, in order to bring those poor, fair roads up, there is additional investment that would be required financially in order to improve those roads. So we also have to have the staff capacity and the resourcing to actually, whether it's just sort of a resurfacing or is it a full rehabilitation and of the road that's required, and it would depend on how poor that road is, and that does take more time but also additional cost, and so that is one of the issues in terms of how many more roads we can do, because we then balance that across. Roads are one category, but we have multiple other assets that we have to balance the financial needs of.
Yes, and I understand that is the balance, and that's the challenge for council at budget time. But I guess being aware of what those investments would be, it would be helpful in choices. Of course, we don't want to take away from our other assets as well. So the report also speaks about the gap, I think, between bringing all of our capital assets to where they want to be. It was interesting to note the current replacement value of all of our roads is $1 billion. So it's a big number, and it's a big commitment to keep them all in good shape. So those are the comments that I have on this.
Thank you, Councillor Ices. Councillor Waters.
Speaking to that fact, I live on one of those very poor roads for many years, and I've been advocating improvement, and I'm going to look at staff and say that I was told this year that our road will be finally repaired. So we have a rating, I think, of 34. It's one of the lowest in the township, so I just put just a reminder into staff that my neighbors are not happy with me. So I'm just speaking up for my neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on this? Councillor Drodge.
Thank you, Worship. To stay along the roads conversation, just to ask staff, are we looking at any kind of alternatives to see if we can find better ways to temporarily repair our roads other than just filling them with asphalt?
Director Bowman.
Through you, Your Worship. Yes, we're always looking for great new ways to temporarily repair our roads as we're awaiting bigger rehabilitations. This year we'll be testing out a new piece of technology. We had it out for a little bit last year, and we'll be out on the roads for at least 2 weeks this year with a piece of equipment called a Durapatcher. It will likely result in a more rigorous patch than a standard pothole repair. So we'll see how that goes. But if I may, Madam Mayor, while I have the mic, just extend a thanks to Mr. Schuyler and his team who have developed this plan, because I hear the questions about asset management and how we can make good decisions, and that really starts with having good data and a good system to manage it in, because then we can start looking at life cycle replacements and when we can make the best investments to get the best return over the longer term. And it's not always the obvious of fixing the worst first. It can be about applying a slurry seal early in a life cycle to extend it longer. So with the steps that we've taken through this document, we're much further down the road of being able to do that in a comprehensive way.
Councillor Waters.
I forgot to mention something very, very important. The road's Happyvale.
CAO Jershaw.
Thank you, Mayor Dolan. I guess just to zoom out and to come back to Councillor Icy's comment, if you look at table 1.1 in the asset management plan, it talks about the current replacement value of the town's assets. And remember, water, wastewater is off our books. It's in services asset management plan. So roughly speaking, roads are 2/3 of our assets. Like it's It's the biggest chunk. And so having a focus on roads does make sense. But the table also highlights, we have plenty of other assets we need and want to maintain, whether that's arenas or fire halls or what have you. And I guess, that really does speak to the need for council to help direct the prioritization in our capital budget. So when we bring the capital budget, it's not just some big number. It's actually built up from individual project investments spread out over a period of time. And it's, a recommendation that's based on, as Director Bowman said, it's based on data, it's based on prioritization, it's based on analysis of value for money. It's not random. So that really is a time, when we have those capital budget discussions, to talk about prioritization. And if you feel as a council member that something's too far down the list, that's when it really makes sense to have those conversations. And so the hope is to have this plan really help us have a better version of that conversation, a more well-informed version of that conversation, and a better sense of, if we put money into this asset, what services is it going to deliver for us? So I think in the long term, that's our goal in working with you, is to helping us understand your sense of prioritization so that we can then go out and deliver that and achieve value for money for the community and use the best available techniques and technologies to extend the life of our assets, because that's certainly our goal as well.
Thank you. I just wanted to also thank Mr. Schuler and his team for this work. It's a requirement, but some municipalities are taking it as, just tick the box and say you've done it, and other municipalities are digging in and using it as the tool that it's supposed to be. And I think we're one of those municipalities. I take your comments about, being able to extend this service life of a road that, maybe looks like it's in fairly good shape. And one of the problems we have is communicating that out to the public, because when we do that, when we did 20th Side Road south of Innisfil Beach Road, we all heard about it, what did we do that road for? It wasn't needed. Why don't you do this road instead, or this road instead? So we have to figure out a way of communicating out that sometimes, making that effort at that time extends the life of that road for so long, when it really didn't look like it needed to be done in the first place, and there's other roads that looked worse. I also want to tell you that on Friday, the AMO board approved a research project to ask so that they're going to hire outside team to come up with some numbers, and every municipality is going to be asked what infrastructure do your municipalities currently have, what do you need over the next 10 years, and how much will it cost? So that's new growth, but that's also rebuilding or refurbishing existing infrastructure, and then what different models for meeting that gap. So it's to get a number for the province to say what the infrastructure gap is in Ontario with all municipalities. So that work is going to be starting soon, and there'll be hopefully something. They won't be done, but there'll be something at the AMO conference. And then they'll probably end up launching it. They're going to launch the final report at the AMO conference in 2026. So it'll take a year to get done, but I think it'll provide us with some good data and some good advocacy tool. Anyone else have anything they'd like to say? Seeing none, all those in favor of the recommendation? That is carried. And the next one is Councillor Fowler, and that is C13.
Councillor Drodge will second it. Thank you, Your Worship. I have just a few questions, nothing super critical, but I'd just like some clarification in the report. Under the high interest savings account, under short-term investments, there's reference to The town earned an interest of $4.3 million on the high interest savings account, resulting in a year-end balance of 84.8%, or 84.8 million. Now, is this kept in liquidity? And if so, for what purposes? That's my first question.
Through your worship to the deputy mayor. So the high interest savings account, highly liquid. So it's no different really than our bank account, although it sits with one investment. So there's, a step to go through. So it takes about a day to get our money. In terms of how do we come up with, what's sitting in short term versus long term, that's something that on an annual basis we review our cash requirements for the next 2 years. So the investment plan says that anything beyond 2 years, we must invest with one JIB. Anything beyond, money that we require within 2 years is short term, and it's invested by the town. And so that analysis is based on our capital program and what staff are forecasting in terms of needs for the capital program. And as you will recall from our year-end report, we do have a fairly large carry forward in our capital program. So, I mean, the intent is that, we were going to be spending, a lot of this money, but, due to various circumstances, we didn't finish as many capital program projects as we intended to. And so, that's why you see those larger balances. But yeah, I mean, the basis for that is that analysis that we do on an annual basis to determine what money do we need within the next 2 years, and because we want to keep that fairly liquid, and so that sits in short-term investments. And what do we not need for beyond those 2 years, that sits in one JIB as long-term investments.
Follow up?
So if I may, you're saying this funding is put towards capital projects that are every budget cycle? Is that my understanding? Like if we need it so that we can use it for the budget cycle, we want to put something in, for example, we want to build a second town square, for example. We can use funds from that account towards that capital project because it's in this budget cycle to initially set it up. Am I understanding that correctly?
So the funds that, when we do that analysis, it's based on what council has approved as capital projects. So we look at those.
Thank you. I have one other question. Under the bank interest, there's a listing, it says interest of $964,683 was received in 2024. But under the long-term investments, investment earnings and bank interest reported in 2024 totaled $8.39 million. So is that 964,000 part included in the long-term investment total of $8.399 million?
Through your worship to the deputy mayor, yes, the $964,000 in interest on the bank is included in the, did you say, are you referring to the $8,399,000?
That is correct. I just
Correct.
want to see if it was a separate account with a separate interest or it was combined under the long-term investments.
Oh, my apologies. So it's actually not, that $964,000 is not actually reflected in Table 2. It's in addition to what's in Table 2.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, and I think, often I go back and maybe regret some decisions that I made in the past, but this one, for one JIB, I will not regret that one. I think that's been a great thing for the town to be, something we can be very proud of. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor of the recommendation? That is carried. Now, we are going to rise and report. The rise recommendation, please, moved by Councillor Zanella, seconded by Councillor Ices. All those in favor? That is carried. And adoption of the committee of the whole. recommendations? Moved by Councillor Waters, seconded by Councillor Drodge. All those in favor? That's carried. We do have a notice of motion, so that'll just be noticed, and we won't speak to it tonight, but we'll have fulsome discussion on it at our next meeting on August the 12th, August the 13th. It's right in front of me. Thank you. And then we'll go to announcements. I'm going to ask if everybody, unless it's something that's absolutely urgent, if we could abstain from announcements tonight, given the hour, so that we don't have to stay past 11 o'clock. Is there anything anybody really, truly had to say? Just one, Councillor Constantine?
So, on Saturday, June 28th, from 1 to 4, there will be a strawberry tea at the Leafroy Grange Hall. The menu is homemade tea biscuit, Ontario strawberry, fresh whipped cream, chocolate dip, strawberries, and tea. Adult $15, children under 10, $5.
Thank you. Anyone else have anything that they wanted to bring forward? Other than to just say, I really appreciate the however many hours we've been here tonight and your attention and detail to the agenda. Thank you to staff also for hanging out, and your reward. You don't have to come back till August the 13th. So with that, I'll have the confirming bylaw and the adjournment. Moved by Councillor Drodge and seconded by Councillor Richardson that we adjourn at 10:59 p.m. All those in favor, before it gets to be 11. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.